Janine, could you elevate Board Member Morgan? You got it. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. We can begin to gather here. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, November 16th. It is 9 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen D'Adamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Mr. Michael Loffer. We also have with us our Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, today's meeting is being webcast and recorded. You are either viewing us one of two ways. You're either here on the Zoom platform with us or are viewing us through the Cal EPA or YouTube Live web feed. If you plan on commenting on any of the items on today's board agenda item, you need to be here on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda with a link and a speaker form that you can fill out and get a password onto this platform. If you have not been able to do that or are having issues with it, you can always email our clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. and she can help get you here onto the platform. Once you're here, you are muted, your camera will be off until it is your turn to speak on the item that you requested to do so. With that out of the way, I think we can move on to, before we do public forum, which is something we do before we get onto our agenda, we actually have an award for superior accomplishment to start off the day today. And would like to invite up Yvonne West and Matthew Bulfelben to introduce the award.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair D'Adamo, members of the board. It's a pleasure for me to be here before you today. My name is Yvonne West. I'm the Director of the Office of Enforcement. And I'm here today to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to Ms. Erin Mustaine. Erin is a Senior Water Resources Control Engineer with the Office of Enforcement. And we are recognizing her for her tremendous work in addressing wastewater facilities found to be in significant noncompliance with their NPDES permits. Erin was nominated for this award by her supervisor, Matthew Bulfelben, and Matthew is here today to tell us a little bit more about Erin's great work for us here at the Water Board. Hopefully Matthew's here.
Yes, he may, let's see if he needs to be asked to be on mute.
Actually, Yvonne, okay.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I just was able to unmute. So I want to start back with a little bit of a story. Back in 2018, 4 years ago, US EPA was looking for a new enforcement initiative. And they wanted to focus their enforcement efforts on individually permitted facilities. These are primarily wastewater facilities, but also in California, there's a few stormwater facilities. EPA focused on facilities that what they consider to be in significant non-compliance. These are facilities that have significantly exceeded their effluent limits or were failing to provide their required reports. EPA's goals was to reduce the national rate in half over a 4-year period. Now, California at this time wasn't looking very good in their compliance rates. There was about almost 30% of the facilities that were individually permitted in significant non-compliance. The good news is that this year we've reached a low earlier this year with bringing down our non-compliance rate to just 7%. This is a tremendous effort that was largely due to Aaron Mustaine's work and coordination for meeting EPA's goals. Aaron was uniquely qualified for this position. She's an excellent environmental engineer and well-versed in wastewater treatment design, but also she played a significant role in coordinating all our efforts, between the efforts at State Board, between the divisions and offices, working closely with the regional boards and their staff to identify problems with non-compliance, and also collaborating closely with the regional office of EPA and EPA headquarters. In fact, Erin's work was so astounding is that she was able to draft a manual on how to reduce and investigate significant non-compliance for EPA that's used nationally. And earlier this year, she also was asked to speak at an EPA workshop on how to reduce significant non-compliance rates. Through these efforts and the much collaboration, California exceeded actually EPA's goal 2 years ago and is still working very hard to make sure our facilities are coming back into compliance with their permits, laws, and regulations. Through Erin's efforts, she has helped make California a leader in our nation in protecting our waters. And it's my pleasure, and I'm proud to recommend her for the Superior Accomplishment Award.
Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you, Matt. Erin, are you here and available for a few words? Oh, I apologize. I think there is a technical glitch with your microphone at this point, Erin, and it's coming through a little distorted. Maybe try again.
Is this better?
That's great. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I find that I can't do video and talk at the same time on Zoom. I don't know why. I just want to thank my management for their support, because they support this project and all my projects. So I really appreciate them. Thank you.
And thank you. I think folks forget that when it comes to the Clean Water Act, when it comes to the real concerted effort that we've had nationally and here in the state to really clean up our rivers and ensure that our wastewater facilities are compliant, it's a 50-year mission here that we are part of, and it is ever needing to be just re-engaged. And so thank you for the good work that you did here to ensure that that compliance was something that we continue to make sure that, and enforcement particularly, is something that we continue to focus on. I think that, again, because these are 50-year programs, it's easy to sometimes take for granted the progress that we've made, and the real need is always there to ensure we're enforcing in a consistent and concerted way. So just thank you for your incredible work and really lifting this program up even further. So virtual applause, and wish we were all gathered personally so that we could thank you in person and face to face, but really appreciate the incredible commitment and work. And thank you, Yvonne and Matthew here for nominating Erin and for elevating the work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we then can move to public forum. And we have about 10 commenters currently set for public forum. We have a 5-minute default. If we stuck to that, we'll be here for nearly an hour. So if you can contract your comments down to 3 minutes, by all means, but we'll leave the 5 minutes up here nonetheless. And so our first commenter for public forum is Doug Obigi. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Doug Obigi. I'm an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm here today asking that the board take action imminently to prepare for dry conditions next year. While there's certainly efforts underway in federal court to try to undo some of the worst damage of the Trump administration's biological opinions. As you are all aware, the board has independent authority and responsibilities, and indeed many of the board's adopted regulations and protections are at issue next year. I'm specifically thinking of water temperature protections for salmon under Order 90-5, where this year we, according to the National Marine Fisheries Service, excessive water deliveries caused 75% of the endangered winter run eggs to be killed by lethal water temperatures, even as DWR and Reclamation allocated more than 4 million acre-feet of water to their contractors. And at the same time that DWR and Reclamation are seeking to petition the board to waive or modify water quality standards in the Delta next year that protect longfin smelt, Delta smelt, and others through temporary urgency change petitions or TUCPs. And we see a real need for the board to take action so that we don't continue to just simply waive all water rights obligations that protect the environment while allowing water rights holders to gain the benefits of those rights without bearing those responsibilities. It really is inequitable, it is unreasonable, and it is leading to the extinction of our native fish and wildlife. So we'd ask that the board first require DWR and the Bureau to curtail water deliveries to all their contractors, including settlement and exchange contractors, before considering TUCPs to waive water quality standards in the Delta. Second, that the board consider adopting an emergency curtailment order more similar to those adopted for Mill and Deer Creek and for Scott and Shasta River, declaring that when D1641 Delta water quality standards are not being met, it would be an unreasonable use of water to divert water anywhere in the watershed, so that we are no longer allowing waivers of the water quality standards, even as people are diverting flows that would enable meeting those standards. And then third, we ask that the board take action now to ask Reclamation and DWR to begin planning for temperature control under 90-5. As you know, the board's obligations are much broader than mere compliance with the Endangered Species Act, and we see a real need for the board to take action administratively starting now so that we are prepared if next year is dry as anticipated. There's no deadline for the board to act, but obviously time is of the essence, because as the days slip away, we have fewer and fewer options for next year. So we urge the board to take that seriously and consider these other approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obigi. I appreciate you taking time this morning and your comments. We're not prepared to talk at length here about all that work, but do know that we are engaged with our sister agencies. And as we've had the projects here before to state and make sure that we're communicating, we're coordinating here on the back end. And I think that there does need to be a more public discussion. That'll be something that we can consider and agendize perhaps around as the TUCP is submitted from the projects. But the reality is that it's going to be a complicated year. It's already been a complicated couple of years here with managing through drought. And we need to make sure that we are affording ourselves the not just the sum of the tools that we have, but really the multiplier effect that those have, including the water rights space. And when it comes to how projects are operated, it's one big system. We all need better transparency and certainty and understanding how we're going to manage in the year ahead. And we're committed to making sure that the board continues to do that work. So I appreciate it. And again, we'll have further speak of at some further point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Joe Coffey.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, board members. My name is Joe Coffey, and I live in San Francisco. Our government, our people, showed its commitment to the non-human species we share this land with by passing the Endangered Species Act back in 1986. This law is most important in situations where the interests of humans conflict with those of other species. This is the case with the fish species who have lived for who knows how many thousands of years in California's rivers. Fish like the salmon, who spend part of their lives in the rivers and part in the ocean. These fish are sometimes called iconic, and they support the lifeways of people who live on those rivers, the indigenous people who've lived there for thousands of years, and more recently, the people who have migrated to this land from all over the world. In past times, the salmon were so abundant, but that's no longer the case. Water from these rivers has been diverted to projects that have made California one of the economic powerhouses of the world. You are one of the organizations responsible for managing this diversion of water fairly. I'm speaking at the request of organizations like Run for Salmon and Save California Salmon, and I can certainly not speak with the detail that the previous speaker spoke with. But they are calling attention to the current dire situation with salmon, and I urge you to listen to their appeals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning and engaging the board. Thank you. Next up, I believe we have Christy Wrigley.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning. Please excuse my nervousness, but I'll try to summarize. I did submit written comments, but I'll try to summarize what I have said there. First of all, I start off. I'm Christy Wrigley. I live at 2550 Wrigley Road. I'm the first downstream landowner in the North Fork Elk River, and I have a house at the confluence of North and South Forks. I've been here, our families, I've been here in the valley since 1885. We've been on this single piece of property since 1903. And we had an apple farm. We had reached a kind of stable situation with upstream logging with old PL. And then in 1986, Maxam took over, and it was a hostile takeover. And as this sad story always knows, when hostile takeovers are there, they're just there to exploit everything they possibly can. And they proceeded to do that. They upped the logging tremendously, and there were huge slides and 3 to 5 feet of sediment dumped on the downstream neighbors. And by 1997, there was a moratorium declared on logging, and then it was lifted in 2002. There was all the talk of the 1999 Headwaters Agreement, which we call the Headwaters Deal, which did actually nothing for water quality or the residents. It enabled more logging. That more logging commenced, and in 2003, and the residents went through Herculean effort. We went to meetings all over Northern California. We went on tours. We gave tours, both public and private. And the upshot was in 2003, we got a WDR, watershed-wide waste discharge, which somewhat limited the logging in the upstream neighborhood. And we said that's not going to help. And we were right, it didn't help. Back then, I have a 4.5 fence post that was a little more than half buried, and now it's totally buried. The ultimate upshot was that in 2016, we got what's called a TMDL on sediment in the upstream neighborhood on the lumber companies. We knew that wasn't going to help, and it didn't so far. But what was remarkable was that's 20 years after the agencies recognized that we were significantly adversely affected by sediment from logging. Always the aim has been to enable the lumber companies' economic benefit to continue, while the economic benefit that us poor little farmers had is almost completely destroyed. And the 2016 TMDL enabled that to continue. It didn't change the WDR that much. It tweaked it a little bit with small dynamics, but it enabled logging. Right now, after almost 9 inches of rain in our watershed, they're logging, they're hauling, and we have gotten nowhere. We're 5 years into this TMDL, and there has been almost nothing done on the ground. And believe you me, I have participated hugely. I look forward to participating, but that participation only enables more logging. We have not gotten but one tiny project on the ground. What this TMDL was enable logging, and it has grand plans. These grand plans are, more wishful thinking and words on paper. It entails invasive projects, which to remove the sediment on our downstream property, which then causes more environmental harm, which now I, as a property owner, have to mitigate that harm in a 1.5 to 1 proposition. Well, my logging, the upstream logging damaged my property. Now, in solving the upstream neighbor's problem, my property is damaged more, and now I have to give up more of my property. I don't see any fairness in that. I see no environmental justice. Our water has not improved. In fact, it's gotten worse. In the summertime, it goes underwater for hundreds of feet at a time. That did not happen in 1977 when we only had 22 inches of rain. So we don't have our water. Everybody has a right to water. So we wonder where the justice is. We wonder where the fairness is. This is 25 years and counting that we've gotten nothing but more harm. Those fence posts are now totally buried. I realize the egregious devil is CDF, whom we have tried to get to acknowledge and participate. Since this problem was acknowledged, not one forester from either CDF or the upstream neighbor has voluntarily come out here to investigate, to say, Chris, why do you know what you know? Show me. We also set up a sediment lab and ran thousands of samples. We ran cross-section after cross-section after cross-section. The truth is there. The help is not for us. All of this has enabled logging. We need something more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wrigley. Really appreciate you taking the time and flagging this here for the state board. Just recently actually had good conversation with the vice chair, myself, and the regional board about Elk River. And I think that there are potentials for making sure that we are investing in the watershed with projects, not just on the TMDL or regulatory side. So I think there is a potential there, and appreciate the flag. So thank you.
I'd like to say one more thing. You now have a study that shows that the flood level's been raised 3 to 5 feet. So we have a flood gun pointed at us. That means our insurance is up. A lot of people out here don't even know that they're being flooded. The older people like I, who have a long history here, they've either died or moved away. We need more. We need our houses raised. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it is a real issue. Sedimentation because of climate change and the floods and increased precipitation we know our watersheds will have. This is a water quality issue. Certainly, I know at the front of the minds of a lot of regional boards, and I really appreciate you elevating it here to us at the state board as well. So thank you, Ms. Wrigley. And we'll make sure that we circle back as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicozola.
Hi, thank you for hearing me today. And I want to thank you all for your hard work, of course. I am commenting today because I am extremely disappointed and frustrated to hear that 98% of winter run salmon died in the Sacramento River this year. This is pretty much exactly what everyone warned was going to happen this May. And the board approved a plan that allowed for 80% of winter run salmon to die in the river this year from extremely high temperatures. And not only was that plan approved, the BOR violated the plan almost every single day, and the board did nothing about it. The Bureau of Reclamation is not above the law. Just because they're a government agency doesn't mean that they can kill endangered species with no consequences, or kill off public trust and tribal trust species with no consequences. And I feel like this board needs to take action as if they were any other water right holder. They had no right to do that. They had no right to violate California law. And they need to be held accountable. And I just don't think this board can continue to rubber stamp extinction in the Sacramento River. With that said, I'm also extremely concerned that that Shasta Reservoir is at 24% capacity right now. That is also because of too many water deliveries being made to farmers. As you know, the rice farmers that are settlement contractors in Sacramento River, the city of LA this year. That is not a reasonable use of water. Obviously, our water rights system is broken in California if we can allow massive fish kills to happen, while some water right holders are entitled to much more than whole cities. So those are the majority of my comments. I also wanted to say that I'm really concerned that there's been no attention paid to the impacts of, obviously, winter run salmon is extremely important, but this board is also responsible to make sure that the other species of salmon and the other species within the delta and the river are protected. And I'm really concerned that with what the impacts to spring run and coho salmon have been too. I really think that if we're going to prioritize and save those species, we need to bring phase 2 of the delta of the water quality delta plant back. We need to make sure that there is actually flows during certain times of the year. And I'm really concerned that if phase 2 doesn't move forward and the site's reservoir plan does move forward, that will be the end of spring run and coho and possibly also winter run salmon. Without those protections that would come from the Bay Delta plan in phase 2, then there's going to be no protections for in-stream flows as part of site's reservoir. So while we're losing our salmon species and dealing with terrible water quality that is going to people's drinking water supplies in the Delta, and things like carryover toxic algae, I've never even heard terms like carryover toxic algae until this year, and it's because we're draining our reservoirs. And so instead of like moving forward with things like phase 2, we're looking at building more reservoirs without protections for in-stream flows. So I just really want to ask the board to think about your priorities. I know you're going to be talking about priorities at your next board meeting. And I think making sure that our salmon species don't go extinct and making sure that surface water drinking water quality is protected, and looking at the state's water rights systems and protecting tribal trust species need to be top priorities of this board, because we're going to completely lose these species if it's not. So those are my comments right now. I'm also going to be bringing up the Scott and Shasta and curtailments in the drought agenda item, which I do thank you for the curtailments you've made this year. Just more needs to be done. So thank you for hearing me this morning, and I will be talking again later.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. And yes, a lot more needs to be done, and just appreciate your continued engagement and comments this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Jane Perry.
Hi, good morning. I hope that you're all continuing to be safe and healthy and have everything that you need. I'm Dr. Jane Perry, retired researcher and teacher at UC Berkeley and a member of 1000 Grandmothers for Future Generations. I want to thank you for your most recent draft resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, bigotry, and racial injustice, and strengthening commitment to racial diversity, inclusion, access, and anti-racism. It's a most powerful tool in recognizing our responsibilities and commitments. I'm speaking to you for the 4th time on behalf of our California salmon. I've spoken of necessary water flows to restore salmon runs, recognizing your authority and legal responsibility to provide adequate flow standards. I've spoken of this year's reports of better than expected salmon school numbers and the necessity of protecting the eggs of this year's run from too hot Sacramento River temperatures. And I'm deeply saddened by the losses of this year. Our salmon are truly amazing, leaving their natal stream just months after hatching to transform from fresh to saltwater creatures, and after offering themselves as a food source, returning years later, sometimes traversing 900 miles and gaining 7,000 feet in elevation to find their place of birth. How do they accomplish such navigation? Salmon can detect a single drop of water from their natal stream in 250 gallons of seawater. They follow the scent. And in a remarkable process of reciprocity, our salmon clean the riverbeds, allowing the river to breathe. We humans are the youngest of beings with the most to learn about the sacred system of life exemplified by the salmon. It's our responsibility to speak for the salmon and stop allowing the draining of Shasta Reservoir and the massive temperature violations that kill up to 99% of winter run salmon, along with much of the fall and spring run salmon in California's river. Enforce Water Rights Law 90-5 or curtail the Bureau of Reclamation water deliveries because they're violating their own water rights conditions. Protect carryover storage of the state's reservoirs. Restart the process to update the Delta Plan, the Bay Delta Plan, and implement Sacramento River flow recommendations. And finally, reform the board's extremely unequal and racist water rights policy. Our state's water rights policy was created during the gold rush when California was supporting genocide of Native people. Most allocations were made when women, Native people, and other people of color could not vote or own land. I encourage the board to use your creative powers and your sacred responsibility in this system of life to protect our salmon. Thank you, and please stay safe.
Thank you, Dr. Perry. I appreciate your time this morning and your comments. Thank you. Next, we have Marianne Parada, who will be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me this morning.
Good morning.
My name is Marianne Parada. I am a professor of linguistics and Spanish at Cal State Bakersfield. And I moved here to Bakersfield 5.5 years ago for this job, and I'm here to stay. I'm raising 3 children here, and I'm very committed to the community. And I actually live along the bike path and the river, so I'm observing the river day in, day out. It's right in front of me to see and observe on the daily. And I wanted to just mention the activity that I participated in last Saturday, led by Bring Back the Current group. We marched the 9 miles of the dry riverbed. I'm very sore still from it. Walking in the sand is not an easy task. And this meant a lot to me because of my commitment to the community and to equitable access to green space, to recreation. And really, I mean, it was just so disheartening really to start and to see the preserve, the Panorama Park Preserve there, and then to see the lifeless barrenness of the dry riverbed as we progress on our walk. I have been watching recent developments in the ongoing hearing, and I'm very concerned that they aren't trending in the right direction. You know, we thought that since the board would be finally reviewing the Kern River, the fact that the river is dry could no longer be ignored and that it would be addressed. But from what we've seen so far, the current scope of the hearing is too narrow, and there's currently no indication that the AHO is going to address public trust issues. It's been indicated that public trust issues will only come into play if there is unappropriated water. And this is inconsistent with public trust doctrine. I really hope that you will be able to provide oversight in this process, to manage the process to ensure water ends up back in the river, and to ensure that the public trust doctrine is applied to the Kern River. So I would ask the board to carefully review the most recent AHO ruling on the hearing and direct the AHO to broaden the scope to include a comprehensive public trust assessment phase. It's disheartening and it's frankly unacceptable to think that this hearing will not address the river being dry, and that Bakersfield will have to wait for another, decades-long process with a different scope to finally address the environmental injustice of a dry riverbed. I know that thousands of people have written the city saying they want water. In my connections in my community and my colleagues, everybody wants this from what I've seen, and I just know in my own personal sphere how important what a difference it makes when there's been any water in in the riverbed to my children and their play and to our well-being. And then when we think about equitable access to green spaces and recreation, becomes all the more important. On, from what I see from where in my neighborhood, the diversity of wildlife, the biodiversity when there is water, and even a small amount of water in the riverbed is really astounding. So I just want to thank you for hearing me today and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ms. Parada. I appreciate you raising your voice and for your advocacy. This is at the AHO currently, and so it is appropriately being handled there, but appreciate the flag and continued engagement. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer. Mr. Dreckmeyer.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. And this time of year, we have outings called Paddle with the Salmon. And we take our members out in canoes on the lower Tuolumne for the first 2 weekends of November. And it was really sad this year. We saw maybe a handful of salmon each day, where there used to be thousands or tens of thousands. We stopped for lunch at a cobble beach next to a riffle where we used to see salmon. This year, maybe every 5 or 10 minutes, we'd see one. A juvenile bald eagle pulled up into a tree, didn't get much action, moved on to greener pastures. So in 1944, there were 130,000 salmon in the Tuolumne. In 1985, 2.5 years after the wet 82-83 year, there were 40,000. The juveniles had gotten out during the big water year and were coming back to spawn. In 2000, 2.5 years after 97-98, another really big water year, 18,000. Over the past decade, the average has been 2,000. Last year was barely over 1,000. This year, for the time of year, it's half what it was last year. Things are really in bad shape. The Stanislaus is doing quite a bit better, about 7.5 times as many salmon. Their in-stream flows have been higher in the range of 600 to 800 CFS, not a lot, but on the Tuolumne, it's been between 125 and 175 CFS. So we had that big storm in October. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission captured 81,000 acre feet of water, more than all of last year, and enough water to last 4 months. But the flows didn't change in the lower Tuolumne. No fall attraction pulse flow. We were very pleased with the letter from the EPA and Natural Resources Agency saying that they were going to empower the State Water Board to resume work on implementing phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. I have heard this might come to your meeting on December 7th, which would be fabulous. It's time to move forward. It's been 12 years since the Delta Reform Act was passed. It's been 3 years since you adopted phase 1 of the Bay Delta plan. We need to move forward before the salmon are extirpated from the Tuolumne and other rivers. There's a very good editorial in the San Francisco Chronicle on Sunday. I encourage you to take a look for it. And thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer, as always, for your advocacy and engagement on these issues. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you for your good work and leadership. It's appreciated.
Next, I'd like to call up Tiffany Harker. And otherwise, Jesse Noel, I believe, is next.
Hi, my name is Jesse Noel. Should I go ahead
Yes,
or
please.
should I wait?
No, yes,
Okay.
please. I think my list here had a name that I don't think is on the platform. So good to see you. Good morning.
Yes. Hi, everyone on the board and in the public. I reside in a 110-year-old farmhouse with pre-1914 water rights in Elk River and have lived here since the 1990s. Oh, I just lost my, I'll have to freehand this. I've lost my,
Oh, yes. Sorry, Mr. Noel. I think it's because we have up, I believe, an image that you had our clerk of the board have share here. So you may have, your screen may have shifted a bit,
Yeah.
but we can still see you.
Yes, this is my house and my wife, and this is a flood, I think, in 2012 or thereabouts. But since the 1990s, the river has filled with a sediment obstruction. And I FOIA'd the Army Corps of Engineers, and they say that they did not permit this obstruction. They have no records that they permitted it. Apparently the state didn't follow procedure, and now we have lost, I think, 60% of the river's carrying capacity for floodwaters. And the state, the regional water board actions have been to increase the load allocation for timber, the two dischargers. And so the river continues to fill. And what it demonstrates is that timber harvest in Elk River is incompatible with both the residential use, the agricultural use, and the Native American rights to a fishery and traditional and cultural, practices and uses. And we have an opportunity here to recognize, yes, timber harvest is okay, maybe some places, but not in Elk River, and that the Native people, the management of the Native people was able to sustain the river that evolved here, the deep channel with undercut banks that was so protective of salmon, and also of people living in the river, along the river. So I'm asking the State Water Board to intervene. I know Christy Wrigley and I appeared before you in 2003, I believe it was, and prior to that, sought the 303D listing, and have endlessly worked through Salmon Forever, some 12 or 13 years of intensive mostly volunteer monitoring. We brought into being computerized turbidity and discharge monitoring at 10-minute intervals, and analyze that data with scientists. And yet our river continues to deteriorate. So I'm asking you to intervene. The Regional Water Board is threatening our lives. My FEMA, the FEMA flood insurance quote has gone out of my income reach. It used to be $335. Last 5 years ago, the last time I checked, it was over $4,500. And you can see, where's my septic system? It's under. The new FEMA line will be well into my house. As you see in other photographs here, I was living in another house in 2002, and you can see it's up to the kitchen cabinet. I think there's 4 photographs. There's photographs of my ingress and egress, and you can see that that's underwater. This is common when it rains. This is common. This is what happens when you permit dischargers to fill the river with sediment. So I'm asking you to intervene and we work out a solution that provides sustenance for the Wiyot people. This is a map of status of Margaritifera falcata, which is the freshwater mussel that rides upriver in the gills of the spawning salmon. It's the only way it can get back upriver to repopulate. And last summer, so it's an endangered species essentially. And even though there's been no analysis, and last summer, for the fourth year in a row, my neighbors didn't have on the South Fork weren't unable to use their riparian rights. And this summer it dried up, and any freshwater mussels and salmon, were killed. And I made a complaint.
Apologize, Mr. Noel. You've hit 5 minutes, and so I just asked if you don't mind trying to wrap up, just so that we're fair on time for folks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what we've realized, I believe, it's not cannabis that dries up the river in the summer. It's the removal of the tall forest that captured deep fog drip that sustained, I think, all the way from Oregon probably to San Luis, the aquifers. And the state board has not provided comprehensive control to assure these water supplies. And so what's the end result of that? Well, the loss of the fish, and it causes our forests to be far more fire prone when they're converted from large old trees that accommodate the summer water needs and be replaced with tiny trees of very flashy fueled, flammable, and we're seeing the consequences. So I really ask you to
Noel. Go on. I apologize. If you're finishing up your point.
We need to take a different tack to preserve some runs of salmon until we can turn this train wreck around at the state level scale. And I think the Native people supporting their management is a better outcome in Elk River than spending $100 million to dredge a wide, muddy, flat bank. The banks, rather than being incised, will be laid back. And the vegetation removed, and that does not, it's the critical habitat need of the salmon is the deep undercut banks where they can hide. It's not the wide open invitation to predators.
Right.
So
Thank you,
I'll leave
Mr.
it
Noel.
with that.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your time. And yes, again, sedimentation is a challenge in a number of our watersheds, and the amount of restoration that we need to be doing is pretty significant. Fortunate to see the amounts of dollars being invested here in this most recent budget cycle in the state. And I think it'll be important to continue to realize how those dollars can benefit places like Elk River, where there is such a great need for restoration. So thank you. I appreciate your comments this morning and continued engagement. That concludes public
forum. Can I rely on you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Noel, what were you going to ask one last thing?
Can we rely on you to work with us, the affected people?
Definitely. We work especially through our Regional Water Quality Control Board. There are and here I know Vice Chair Diadamo is the liaison to Region 1. And so, yes, we will continue to work directly on these issues. And certainly are open to continue to hear and engage with the community. So thank you, Mr. Noel.
Thank you.
That concludes public forum, and appreciate everyone's time and patience. It is a function here that we do at the board to allow anyone wishing to address the board that's not on an item that's not agendized or calendared already to do so, and just appreciate everyone's time. Next, we can move on to then our first And we have several folks with their hands up. I apologize, we will get to your comments when your item is up. We're now moving into our board agenda. And so our first item here is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the previous board meeting, November 2nd board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll move adoption of the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries. The board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you, everyone. That takes us to our second item on the agenda, which is currently uncontested, but I'm going to go ahead and pull it off the uncontested item calendar so that we can just have a quick presentation by Ms. Karen Mogus on the work, or just at least overview of the great work. So Ms. Mogus.
It wasn't letting me unmute. So thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time this morning. I am really pleased to present to you a resolution recognizing utilities that voluntarily contributed to monitoring for COVID-19 in their wastewater. Next slide, please. I should introduce myself. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board. So I just wanted to quickly remind everyone that when the COVID-19 virus hit in California in early 2020, we got a lot of questions about the safety of our water supplies and our wastewater treatment systems, as well as concerns of a variety of exposures, such as the safety of wastewater treatment plant operators. And wanted to just remind everyone, it's important to remember that our modern sanitation systems and drinking water treatment plants are designed to protect public health from pathogens such as the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes the disease COVID-19. And we have shown that the virus is particularly susceptible to chemical treatment processes such as chlorine, chlorination, and UV disinfection. And so sources of the virus are not from our drinking water or from the discharge from wastewater treatment plants. So that's just a quick background reminder that that this is not a source of the virus that will infect us. Next slide, please. However, we can glean a lot of information from measuring the virus in sewage coming into the wastewater treatment plants. Sewage is an efficient pooled sample of prevalence of community infection that can potentially provide a more accurate assessment of community infection because it integrates detectable virus from all infected people, whether they are asymptomatic, pre-symptomatic, or symptomatic. The sewer shed monitoring data complements clinical data and can be used to identify hotspots or track the prevalence of the infection in various populations, regardless of whether folks who are infected are actually getting tested. Sewer shed monitoring could also be used to provide an early detection of the disease. And in some cases, we've been able to show the disease was detected in the sewer shed days before the clinical data showed it. Next slide, please. And wastewater monitoring as a monitoring tool has a few potential advantages over some of the case data. I've already mentioned earlier detection, less delay in identifying cases in the sewer shed, better detection of asymptomatic cases in that if you don't have symptoms, you're not likely to go get tested, and yet we can get the signal from the sewer shed monitoring. It's not dependent on individual testing access and usage. So in communities, rural, I can never say that word, communities that have less access or ability to get tested, this could be a valuable tool. And it may lower the cost of population-wide testing compared to testing all of our residents in the sewer shed. Next slide, please. And there are a few targeted scenarios that have been identified where wastewater monitoring can be useful. One is early detection of COVID-19 transmission in places where cases are low or absent. For instance, in places where the virus is well controlled through vaccination and other protection measures, such as masking and social distancing, we can identify a signal in the sewer shed earlier on at very low concentrations of the virus. Another scenario is at the facility level, for instance, in a university or a prison, where cases can be identified and isolated before symptoms are detected. And we have some examples in California where a dormitory was isolated and cases coming from a dorm were able to quarantine and reduce the spread from those cases. And another use case is to monitor trends, to inform case testing regimes and taking additional protection measures. So next slide, please. With that tee up, I want to turn your attention to the purpose of our resolution before you today. None of this can be done without the efforts of and partnership with wastewater treatment plants. And as you'll see shortly, 55 utilities stepped up voluntarily to contribute to the effort. And I want to stress voluntary because we did not order any of this monitoring to happen under some sort of enforcement order or investigative order. All of this was done with the voluntary efforts of the utilities. They partnered with research institutions and public health organizations. They collected and shipped samples as much as 3 times a week over several month periods. Some even conducted analyses of SARS-CoV-2 in their own laboratories. They participated in development of protocols for sampling and analysis. They have made their data publicly available, not only on their own websites, but also submitted it through our Department of Public Health for upload into the national database. And many have continued to support these efforts through sampling and partnership with Department of Public Health, who has taken a lead role in this project. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just stop for a second, let you read all of these names in about a minute. These are the 55 facilities that we identified that worked at various levels in the state of California alone. And again, these all stepped up to voluntarily participate. These, as you can see, range from huge facilities like Hyperion in Los Angeles, all the way to very, very small utilities in rural areas of California. So really want to express my personal appreciation for their efforts and their willingness to participate and their energy and ability to really get their hands dirty and help with this effort and continue in many cases to help with this effort. Next slide, please. I think that's it. So the resolution for your consideration resolves to formally recognize and extend appreciation for the voluntary efforts of the expenditures of the aforementioned utilities have contributed to the development and implementation of wastewater monitoring to inform responses to the COVID-19 pandemic to protect the health of Californians. And again, I appreciate the few minutes that you offered me for presenting this and really appreciate the efforts of all of the utilities in the resolution. I do want to mention we did get a comment letter from UC Davis requesting that they be added to the trendsetter category in the resolution and offering some justification for that. I definitely support moving them into the trendsetter category if you all would like to do that. And with that, I can answer questions or entertain any comments.
Just thank you so much for your leadership in this entire space, Karen. It's been incredible to see the innovation and the ingenuity that came out of what were very troubling and difficult times, we know, for all of us here, especially at the start of the pandemic, when there was so much unknown and there was a lot of oftentimes misinformation floating around as to the safety of our drinking water or the impacts of the virus or the susceptibility for those working in the wastewater industry and sector to COVID infection. So I join you with being incredibly proud and want to acknowledge that leadership from our wastewater sector here. California has always had an incredibly innovative wastewater treatment sector, and here really rose to that challenge or that history of innovation here within the sector. I just want to join and thank you in first even really bringing this resolution to us to make sure that we are acknowledging this voluntary space, that this is so important to us, the trust and the ability to work with so many of our folks out in the regions, and was very proud that list had all the way down from San Diego to Eureka, a representation of the incredible leadership here in the state. So just thank you. And would just note that, I know that it's not just COVID here, but that there, this tracking disease prevalence and illness through our wastewater systems was something that was a discussion prior to COVID, and want to just acknowledge that good relationship and leadership already in a discussion around pathogens and monitoring and understanding it lent to quick work here in COVID and has really accelerated some of that. So just thank you and really appreciate your, again, role and everyone's great leadership here in this innovative space in the state. It's something truly to be proud of. Fellow board colleagues, any comments or questions? Yeah, I joined you and clap and just thanks, truly. And with that, we can entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt. Go ahead. I'll move to adopt the resolution.
And I believe we may need to note the change that Ms. Mogus indicated with the addition of UC Davis.
I'll move to adopt the resolution with the inclusion of UC Davis. I'll second.
Great. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Just incredible thanks to the sector and everyone, and look forward to the continued evolution of this work, knowing that, regrettably, COVID is still here. And so these tools are still really valid and important. And again, their applicability to other illnesses and viruses is there for the taking. So just thank you. That moves us now on to our tranche of informational items. The first being our drought and current hydrologic conditions update. I'd like to call up Mr. Eric Ekdahl. Good to see you, Mr. Ekdahl.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. We have our regular drought and hydro update. A quick note, we don't have actually our hydro portion of the update today. We're continuing to reach out to our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources to set up a deeper dive in terms of some of the modeling work that came out of the last year. And this was an item that was highlighted at the September 21st update. And we're continuing to coordinate on that. There haven't been significant changes in the last 2 weeks. It's still early in the water year. And so hopefully there's much more to come in the future. So with that, let's dive right in. Next slide, please. Quick overview. We'll touch on the watershed specific updates and then turn it over to Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance. Next slide, please. For the Delta, at present, all curtailments, including Term 91, remain suspended. We continue to provide weekly updates, and hopefully later this week, we will release an update to the water unavailability methodology. This was the subject or the outcome of a public workshop back in October and some subsequent minor and more technical modifications to it. The curtailments, a quick note that we are looking at the water unavailability calculations. And there are indications that at least in some parts of the Delta watershed, we may need to turn some of the curtailments back on. If we do so, it will be released via the LIRIS and updated on our website, usually about 24 hours in advance of the curtailments becoming in effect. Right now, these look to be some of the west side tributary streams and some of the southern San Joaquin portions of the San Joaquin Valley. But again, more updates as we kind of get a little bit better indication on what the hydrology looks like over the next couple of days. We do have a technical workshop planned for December 15th on other water unavailability / curtailment methodologies. So this is exploring the options of something like a Term 91 approach or other types of methodologies that maybe would differ or rely on different sets of data from the water unavailability tool or method that we're currently using. And so look for additional information on that to come out shortly. And we encourage folks to attend. That will be, again, a Zoom webinar and open to the public. And then a number of compliance stats. I won't read through these, but just a quick note that these are all available on our website at the link at the bottom. Next slide, please. At Mill and Deer Creeks, the curtailment drought minimum flows have been in effect. I think at the last board meeting, or maybe it was 2 ago, we did note that flows had dipped below the compliance targets. It turns out that that was a gauge error, and the Department of Water Resources went out and recalibrated the gauge. And so flows in both creeks have been above the minimum thresholds since those curtailment orders went into place. Most entities have continued to work and fill out the online certification forms. It says 12 of 22 entities, but when you look at a volume-wise perspective, that accounts for over 99% of the reported water divergence in the watershed. We have a couple graphs at the end that highlight this even better. We'll show those in a moment. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, 90% of right holders who have received a curtailment order have responded to the online certification form. We have a number of health and human safety responses and requests, and we have actually followed up now with those that did not initially respond to the curtailment order. We sent out about 451 notices of violation. Most of these have been resolved in issues, although enforcement staff are still continuing to coordinate, reach out to, and follow up on non-responsive entities. And again, this information is available on our website at the Power BI dashboard, which is linked on our drought webpage. Next slide. A few more graphs on the Russian River just to kind of show where things are. Again, we showed this graph, I think, at our last board meeting, but it highlights what's happened in Lake Mendocino over the last month or so. The big storm event on October 25th resulted in essentially the red little blip you see at the end there, highlighting that there's been a significant increase in flow and increase in storage in Lake Mendocino, but by no means are we out of the woods or are things fine or good quite yet. Next slide, please. This shows kind of what current flows are like in the Russian River watershed, with the red dot closest to Lake Mendocino. Before the big storm event, flows were about 54 cubic feet per second, largely maintained by outflows from Lake Mendocino. It peaked at over 9,000, and then since then has decreased to about a tenth or maybe even a little bit less of what that peak flow was. And as you go downstream, the resulting flows increase as you get more and more tributary streams that are contributing to that main stem flow. And so by the time you get to Healdsburg, kind of base flow at this time is about 1,500 cubic feet per second. And for that reason, the curtailments in the upper and lower Russian River are currently suspended and look like they will remain suspended for quite some time to come. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta rivers, curtailment orders are temporarily suspended so long as flows are maintained. In the Scott, we issued an addendum yesterday, or actually I believe it was this morning, that all curtailments are suspended through November 30th. And in Shasta, orders with, or rights with a seniority of 1923 and more senior are lifted through the end of December 30th. We presented to the Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors on November 2nd to answer questions about the curtailments and to solicit information on how we could approach kind of the informational and outreach aspects of what we did. in a more user-friendly manner. There's always challenges there, just trying to reach out and coordinate with as many people as we possibly can. But it's a really important and critical step and task related to the curtailment efforts. And it's something that we're always open and looking for additional ways that we can improve on. We continue to meet with interested parties to discuss potential local cooperative solutions. And we are reviewing and acting on petitions for human health and safety exemptions or petitions, and to look at essentially exemptions for livestock watering and in-stream uses. Next slide, please. A couple of quick slides just to show what flows are like in the Scott. The flow target for November is 60 CFS and it's 150 CFS in December. Right now, flows are about 262 CFS. And as of last week, we had about 1,300 adult Chinook enter the system and about 300 adult coho. Next slide, please. In the Shasta River, required flows for November and December are 150 CFS. Right now, flows are about 155, and that's working in coordination with the water master and some of the other operators of Dwinell Reservoir. We've seen about 7,000, just under 7,000 adult Chinook enter the system. This not quite doubles, but pretty close, the total that was observed all of last year. And there have been 4 adult coho. Next slide, please. Quick touch on some other division activities. So we'll go to the next slide. Really talk about enforcement here. In the Russian River watershed, we have continued investigations and compliance assurance for diverters who received a draft administrative civil liability complaint for the non-response to the essentially the reporting requirement, the response to the curtailment order. There have been over 80 inspections in the Russian River watershed, and those continue to be an ongoing activity, and staff are following up with those as well. In the Scott Shasta, staff are also starting to take a look at the people who haven't responded to the curtailment orders. We've posted the list of non-responders online, although that doesn't get to the kind of groundwater component. That's a little bit of a nuanced subset of people who received a curtailment order in especially the Scott Basin. We're coordinating a compliance assistance workshop with Siskiyou County local partners and are taking a planned progressive enforcement series of steps and kind of trying to strategize how we're going to implement that over the next couple of months. In the Delta watershed, we've also published the non-responsive list and are taking a look at progressive enforcement actions. With the lifting of the curtailments, it kind of resets the priority and the need for inspecting or field inspections during the next couple of months when curtailments are lifted. But there's still a number of things that we plan on doing and are coordinating with both locals and the diverters on the ground to help set up kind of when we need to go and how we need to go and how we need to prioritize it. And then in Mill Deer Creek, we're coordinating with Cal OES to obtain Dixie Fire burn areas in GIS so we can overlay those and kind of factor in where we might be interested or prioritizing inspections, and working with diverters impacted by wildfire to develop compliance alternatives. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides are going to focus on the last 2 bullets are estimated compliance by number of diverters and the estimated compliance by the volume of diversion. If we go to the next slide, it provides essentially the 6 main watersheds. You can break some of these up further if you wanted to by the percent of curtailed rights/diversions that have responded to the certification compliance form. These are the people essentially that are the non-responsive lists. And if you look at the Bay Deltas, on my screen, the leftmost, you see about 12,000 diverters have responded, about 4,000 haven't, or about a 25% non-responsive rate. We're going to contrast that in the next slide in a moment before or after I run through kind of more of these, and compare that by volume, because even though some of the numbers here are rather large, when you look at volume, we're actually doing really well in terms of volume. And by we, it's the diverters that are responding. In Deer Creek, again, about the same rate, about 25% non-responsive. Mill, a little bit lower non-responsive rate. Russian River, again, a little bit better, maybe about a 20% non-responsive rate. And in the Scott and the Shasta, a significantly higher proportion of non-response. If we go to the next slide, you compare that to the volume, and a lot of those non-responsive entities may be folks that just divert very, very small amounts of water, or may not actually be diverting and haven't diverted for many years. There could be zeros, or people that just haven't needed that water or used that water right for some amount of time. So in Bay Delta, you can see that we have almost 98% of the response by volume have complied. In Deer Creek, it's maybe 93. Mill, it's about 100. Russian, it's about 100. Scott, a little bit lower, and then a little bit of a higher non-response in the Shasta. And so that's something that the enforcement team is taking a little bit of a closer look at and trying to figure out what we can do to incentivize some additional reporting there. And so with that, I think we go to the next slide. Additional information and updates. We have our drought webpage and our typical subscription lists. And just a reminder for folks listening that if you want to stay in touch and in tune, please sign up for those email subscription lists. I think the next slides go to our colleagues in DFA. So I think I'll pause here and see if there are any questions on the water rights component, or if you want to do those at the end.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for including the information on volume. I think that it's really informative, and it's heartening to see that level of compliance. So just a question, and I don't know, Mr. Ekdahl, if you're able to answer this, but as you follow up with those that have not filed, do you include information or does enforcement include information about what could be done to comply, and also maybe innovative ways? I'm thinking in particular of Mill and Deer, innovative ways that diverters could undertake actions like water use efficiency, apply for grants, that kind of thing, so that in the future they could potentially avoid having to deal with the curtailments.
Yeah, for the first part of the question, the response to the notices of violation or ACLs, there's a whole sequence of kind of warning letters before we ever get to an ACL. And usually when those notices of violation go out, those notices are in fact just a notice. They're information to the diverter that says, hey, you haven't complied. Here are the steps you need to do to comply, do X, Y, and Z. Call us, we can help walk you through. And when we sent those notices out, we in fact did get a huge bump up in terms of response for at least the Russian River. I use the Russian River as my example because that's the farthest along, I think, in the overall enforcement sequence. The next step, if there's no response at that point, what we're really looking for is people just to respond. We're not trying to be punitive at this point. We just want the data and the information. And if there is no response, then it moves on to what's called a draft ACL, or a draft administrative civil liability complaint. And even then, it is still just a draft. There's opportunity for the diverter to respond, fill out the information, to continue to work with the enforcement team to make sure that that information is there. And depending on how that ACL is structured, usually there's no financial penalty or consequence if there's the prompt response to the draft. Now, in this circumstance, sometimes there can still be a financial penalty. There can be a draft settlement offer, say that the ACL is for $1,000. The draft ACL may say, if you file your report and your information within 3 weeks, we'll lower the penalty to something else, $500, for example. And then there's still usually some body of non-responsive entities after that do kind of proceed through the formal ACL process. Even then, there's still another opportunity or two for the recipient of that ACL to review, contest, and to go through kind of that full due process sequence with the Administrative Hearings Office as well. So a number of steps, a number of opportunities to both remedy the deficiency, respond to the deficiency, to protest the deficiency and say, if the board has taken a misstep here, and then to still go through a whole due process step after that. The next question in terms of opportunities for really funding opportunities in Mill and Deer Creek. The division itself, we don't have big funding grants for these types of like wildlife improvement projects, or necessarily even kind of farm efficiency type projects, but we do, wherever we can, point out the linkages and the opportunities that exist in other state agencies. And in particular, there's, I think, an immense amount of money from the Wildlife Conservation Board. I believe CDFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, has a number of funding opportunities. And I believe also California Department of Food and Agriculture has some of the SWEEP programs, or the State Water Efficiency Enhancement Program, which is really focused on irrigation efficiency and funding some of those improvements. And so we try and draw those connections, but we don't have the ability to force them, or to get the diverter to actually follow up or implement them. But we try and just highlight those wherever we possibly can. And we do oftentimes bring in our partner agencies. I know in Scott and Shasta, we've worked really closely with Fish and Wildlife, and when we've presented, they present, and they've talked about their number of funding opportunities as well. And I know that Fish and Wildlife has continued to work independently in both mill and deer, and to engage and collaborate where possible with those stakeholders as well. I think it's a challenge. The funding avenues can sometimes be complicated to navigate. And I think there's a little bit of a fractured organizational structure in some of the watersheds. There's no one entity that helps focus that set of funding needs and funding requests at the watershed level, although there certainly are groups that do try to do that. There's no one group that can do it all. And so it just points to an additional need, I think, for collaboration and continuing to point out where those resources are available and the groups within the watersheds that can help draw those connections.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I couldn't agree more on how things are fractured in a lot of these watersheds, but just looking for additional touch points to the folks that are, directly with the diverters, because as we go out there, only so many people attend those meetings. So as these notices are going out, looking for, some way to highlight the possibilities that are out there for different approaches. So thank you for your comments and for your good work on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your good leadership and in continuing to ensure that we are more responsive here. I think, I just want to acknowledge and be incredibly proud of the work that the Division of Water Rights and all of our staff, Office of Public Participation, others have done this summer, and really engaging in watersheds and communities in a way that we haven't had to, given the scale and scope of the curtailments that we undertook this summer. There has been an incredible amount of work put into that personal relationship with diverters here, and just want to thank the water rights holders. We see here the incredible response we've had. Yes, there are still folks that we need to make sure we're touching. We have a lot when it comes to at least the percentage, and thank you for the graphs of actual water that we're talking about. It represents here a vast majority of the amount diverted in our watersheds, if not the number of actual diverters. But that all takes a lot of work. It takes time. And again, it's something that we haven't to this scale had to ever do. And so just want to thank and be incredibly appreciative of both the diverters and water right holders out there, but also importantly, our folks that have put in a lot of hours this summer to help improve that communication. And here we're wanting to continue to innovate. We want to the Vice Chair's point, continue to be open to how we do better. And if that's going to more County Board of Supervisor board meetings to be accountable and respond to what I know are sometimes misinformation and otherwise misunderstandings of what the board is doing, I think is it's just really welcomed. And I really thank you for that. And thank the Vice Chair for her leadership as well and all of that.
A huge thanks to the staff, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to call them out, individually and in groups in the next couple of months ahead. But the amount of work that the staff did here is really unprecedented and incredible.
You're here. Thank you, Eric. Any other questions from or comments from my colleagues? Okay, thank you. And we can then hear from drinking water. Mr. Zuniga, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning. And also good morning to the rest of the board members. It's great to be here. My name is Eric Zuniga. So I work for the Division of Drinking Water. I am the Drought Response Program Manager, and I'm bringing an update of what drinking water is doing with regards to the drought these past 2 weeks. If you can go to the next slide, please. So as of today, it's already out of date. We have 111 water systems that have been issued a drought monitoring order of water systems that may be experiencing some drought conditions and impacts. That represents a population of 268,000. And for the required reporting data, they've given us indication that 5 are on hauled water, 6 have water shortages anticipated in the next 30 days, and 28 sources are showing large declines in groundwater and surface water levels. For the drought warning systems, we now have 29 water systems identified with high potential for water outage in the next 90 days, and a total of $18 million in funding dedicated to hope to ensure that that does not happen. For the drought emergency systems, we have 8 water systems currently out of water on bottled water or hauled water supplies, and $5 million already dedicated for these systems. So before I move on to the next slide, I wanted to highlight we are working really hard on parsing the data from the drought monitoring orders, and we didn't get as far as we wanted to for this board meeting. However, we did dive into a lot of questions about data methodology of placing a water system on the drought watch list using some of our existing data systems from EAR. So I'm going to go ahead and present that, but the next board meeting, we're going to dive a whole lot more deeper into the actual indicators of drought with the reports that they sent us. So next slide. This is a recent map of the 110 at this time, 110 systems that were reported at the time this map was made, just again showing the impacts of the state for these water systems. Next slide. So the first data visualization I'm presenting here are experienced shortages in 2020. So our 2020 electronic annual report, water systems reported to us that they either had a water shortage in 2020 or they had to activate standby wells due to drought conditions. And when we looked at the data, we indicated that if someone had either one of these 2 responses to the EAR, it was a high likelihood that they should have been on a drought watch system. So it's both going to indicate to us that this is a, if they answered yes to either one, they probably should have been on drought watch. If they did not answer either one, it's possible that they probably shouldn't have been on the drought watch. So I think the intent is not to just have more systems, it's to make sure that the systems that we have on the drought watch are actually the ones that need to be reporting on a regular basis. Next slide, please. These are projected shortages. Again, this is all self-reported. This is not from the data that they're actually collecting. But if a water system projected a water shortage in 2021, also indicated a very high likelihood that a system should have been on the drought watch list. So we obviously found a number of systems that probably should have been on that list because they themselves projected shortages in 2021 and likely experienced shortages because of the graph that we show there. And then there's systems that did not project a shortage that were on the drought watch list. And we have to really ask ourselves whether they really should have been on that watch list for the following year. Next one, please. So these are climate change indicators, another section of the EAR where they tell us whether they're aware of climate threats due to low water storage, due to groundwater depletion in their area, change in runoff and snow melt in the mountains, and a high reliance on imported water that has shown a lot of these climate threats and impacts. They also could mark whether they experience these effects due to drought or not due to drought. And so we were finding some correlation between some indicators here and a high likelihood that they should have been on the drought watch list as well. So we looked at for surface water and for groundwater, and we found a number of systems that either should or should not have been on the drought watch list because of these climate change indicators. So many thanks to the Primacy Liaison Unit and their 2 data staff that they lent to me for this effort. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with the other data stuff for the drought data that's been reported. Next slide, please. Okay, so I guess the big news this past 2 weeks is that Metropolitan Water District did declare a drought emergency on November 9th. And they're asking users to cut the use of water from the State Water Project. There's a number of areas that are affected by these. There's 6 agencies that they directly contract with. But as complicated as water is in Southern California, we know that there are subcontractors and contractors of those subcontractors and other people that they rely on. But the 6 agencies in general, LEDWP, Coleguas Municipal Water District, Las Virgenes, Upper San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District, Three Valleys Municipal Water District, and IUA, Inland Empire Utilities Agency. So those agencies have a higher than normal dependence on state water project and are going to have to work on becoming more flexible with other sources of supply in order to avoid drought emergency. So certainly we have a lot of questions at this time. We're still collecting information as to what the full impacts of that will be. But we have high confidence we'll be able to figure something out for these systems and make sure that they have everything that they need to make sure they're ready for next year. We are completing the new reporting tool that's designed for an improved user experience, better data quality and metrics. I actually just presented a demo for this to some of our SIGMA folks a little earlier and some of our folks from DWR. And so it is very close to prime time. Everything worked in the demo that I did. Live demos are always a difficulty for that very reason, but I'm pleased to announce it's working very well. And so after an expanded user interface testing with some external parties, we will hopefully be able to release that mid-December 2021. Of the water systems that were reporting, we had 10 that didn't report, 30% that didn't report their groundwater levels. Either they didn't want to or were not able to. We understand that there's both of those there. And 58% didn't report their surface water levels. We're continuing follow-up enforcement review for violations, including monitoring, reporting violations, source capacity deficiencies up to and including service connection moratoriums. So that effort is still underway. And starting from basically our list of Bay Delta curtailments, we've completed an analysis, and I had estimated 9 drought orders when I put this presentation together. We now have about 11 drought orders that are going to be issued based on the curtailments that were issued for the Bay Delta. And that work is still being finalized. We're still finalizing that list, and we'll be sending those out shortly. And the last item I have here is the coordination just continues with HCD on some of the actions that we are coordinating on with DWR and water rights as well, to coordinate our enforcement actions, our funding approaches, and also to provide technical concurrence where available. Next slide. And that's it. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. I know there's a lot of work going on in preparation for continued dry conditions and worst case scenarios for next spring and summer. And so just appreciate that that continues to go on, and that we're looking to improve our data systems so that in this next click, if you will, next year, that we're even better prepared for the difficulties our communities are going to face should this drought continue to deepen and in fact worsen. So just thank you. I appreciate it. I look forward to the greater kind of splicing and dicing of the data we got from this summer, so that we can get to and appreciate that this is still only the second drought, and it was in the middle of the last drought that the Division of Drinking Water was transferred over. And so we're still here, are all ourselves learning collectively how best to make sure we're preparing our communities and having the right touch, where we're providing the support for the local leadership that we know makes a huge difference in actually responding to local conditions and the threat of drought. So thanks for that balance, and thanks for the work, and look forward to discussion around the new data system and some of the numbers from this summer. Any questions or comments on the drinking water side of things from my fellow colleagues here? Okay, hearing none. Appreciate it again, Mr. Zuniga, and I think we can now go to Ms. Oaxaca from the Division of Financial Assistance.
DFA told me that they have no updates this meeting.
Oh, no updates this meeting. Okay, that's fine. And I saw Joe pop on momentarily. Appreciate it, and know that it's just the continued continuity of work with our folks at DFA on all that. So thank you. With that, we can go on to our speaker cards, and would like to call up Lamoni Hutt as our first speaker here.
Hi.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Give me just a second to. Okay. Hello, my name is Lamoni Hutt, and I'm a member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe. The current situation we are in is a classic example of capitalist values overshadowing the importance of the environment. Industrial farmers have been prioritized over salmon during the California drought, resulting in the killings of 80% of fry or baby salmon in the Sacramento River. Salmon are ecological processors. They transport nutrients and energy between fresh water and the ocean. Also, they are keystone species as multiple species depend on them for survival. As salmon play a key role in the health of the environment, they are also important to all California tribes. Our existence as people depends on the successful run of the salmon. Without salmon, our culture and we as a people could cease to exist. This is a crime against humanity. However, we still have an opportunity to recover, but we need support from the California State Water Quality Control Board to stop draining the Shasta Reservoir, enforce water rights, and guarantee the drought plans protect drinking water. The mass death of California salmon will ultimately be a lose-lose situation. No one wins when the environment is being disrupted, not even the industrial farmers, because soon there will be no longer clean water for anyone. I would also just like to say that I've actually been attending these meetings since I was 8 years old, advocating for clean water rights and, our treaty rights as Native Americans to be respected, and that we can continue to have salmon and continue to practice our ceremonies. So this is very, important to me, and I've been doing it for a very long time. So I'd ask you to please consider my statement, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hutt. Really appreciate your work, advocacy, and statement here before the board. And just thank you. Really appreciate your time. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chichizola.
Hi.
Ms. Chichizola.
Thank you for hearing from me about the drought. I didn't want to talk about it's kind of confusing sometimes the way that your schedule works, because I didn't want to talk about the curtailments during public comment because it seemed like drought was better. So I'll try to be on a different subject matter. First of all, I want to thank you for taking action for curtailments in the Scott and Shasta this year for the first time. It was, as you saw, it was pretty effective. I do feel like in the Scott River, we really need to look at the groundwater situation, as the curtailments didn't have an immediate effect. But I do think that the flows going up so fast once the rain started has something to do with those curtailments. And as you can see, we're actually having salmon spawn within these within these rivers now, and that has been an issue for several years in a row. As you are aware, we have a drought almost every year in the Scott and Shasta, and the same is true in many of California's watersheds, that we have man-made droughts where whole rivers are dewatered because of the water rights system. But the good news is that the in-stream flows and the curtailments actually work. So as you know, we have written a letter to the board requesting that in the Scott and Shasta that the in-stream flows that were recommended by the Department of Fish and Wildlife become permanent. We need this because these watersheds are dewatered almost every year, and these are the main areas where salmon spawning takes place in the Klamath River right now. So I know that sometimes it's not considered a priority to make sure that there's actually water in the rivers and that there's reservoir storage for this board, but this is critically important. And it's not just in the Scott and Shasta, it's within the Sacramento River creeks too. There is no way to better protect drinking water than to make sure that there is water in our rivers and that there's water in our reservoirs. And so all of these issues are definitely related. And recently at a hearing about the massive fish kills this year, Chuck Bonham said that the #1 priorities for California right now need to be drinking water supply and endangered species. And I think that while we're looking at diversifying water supply for cities, we need to look at diversifying water supplies for ag. They use 80% of the water in the state, and we can no longer ignore this fact. So that said, I'm asking the board right now to make the in-stream flows for the Scott and Shasta permanent and to stop man-made droughts from happening every year in order to support the tribes and the tribal trust species within the Klamath River. And I'm also asking the board to look at the water rights system within the Sacramento River and to look at creeks such as Butte Creek, where there was a massive spring salmon fish kill this year due to warm water, and to think about if curtailments and in-stream flows are needed within that creek also. And I think that's all I really need to say right now. But like I said, I do really appreciate that the curtailments happened this year. I just don't want to see it become a one-time thing and go back to our rivers being dry all of the time come next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chigazola. I appreciate your good comments and engagement today. Thank you. I think that wraps up our commenters for informational item number 3. Any comments or discussion here from fellow board colleagues? Okay, hearing none. Appreciate it. And that concludes item number 3 and allows us to now then move on to item number 4, which is our update on monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban water retail agencies. How are you going? How are you doing today, Ms. Marielle? No longer Ms. Pinheiro.
Yeah, slight change.
Slight change.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Rodero. I'm a research data specialist with the Office of Research, Planning and Performance, and I'll be providing the Urban Water Conservation Update for September 2021. Next slide, please. So I'd first like to acknowledge the very high response rate for this particular reporting month. We had over 95% of reports submitted by the beginning of November, which makes my life a lot easier. So we do appreciate everyone who got the report completed in a timely manner. As of September, we're back down to where we were in the period following the last drought, with residential use at 109 gallons per capita daily, which is a 5 GPCD decrease from 2020. While September was still hot, with daily maximum temperatures averaging in the 90s in parts of the state, it wasn't quite as hot as 2020. And additionally, there were a few thunderstorms in mid-September that provided some much needed relief. Next slide, please. Compared to August, we did see a bit of backsliding with 3.9% statewide savings for the month of September for a cumulative 3.6% savings from July to September. Based on these results, there is still a lot of work to do to reach the governor's call for 15% savings. However, as the fall approaches and water use begins to decrease, there is typically a pattern of decreased overall water use as people scale back or turn off irrigation. This is significant because outdoor water demand can make up as much as 80% of total residential demand in some parts of the state. When outdoor water use decreases, so do some of the biggest conservation opportunities. So we are not entirely surprised to see lower savings as we move into cooler weather. That being said, we do need Californians to step up their conservation efforts, and we are evaluating whether to move forward with emergency regulations to prohibit certain wasteful water uses, which could help amplify drought awareness and conservation messaging. Next slide, please. There are a couple of bright spots to acknowledge. The Lahontan area saw some of the biggest changes in savings this month. North Lahontan almost doubled its savings relative to August, and South Lahontan's savings were up by almost a third. The North Coast and San Francisco Bay regions saw slightly less savings this month relative to August, but still remain near the top in terms of overall savings. We have also seen steady improvement in the South Coast region, which encompasses over half of the state's population. Increased media attention and public messaging efforts by entities such as Metropolitan Water District of Southern California have raised awareness among customers. It's worth noting last week that Metropolitan Water District declared a regional drought emergency, which should result in continued improvement in this region. In the Central Valley, however, the savings trend was reversed in October. The Sacramento region, while still saving relative to 2020, went down from 8% to about 3%, and the San Joaquin and Tulare regions actually increased relative to last year for September. Next slide, please. With each monthly update, we've been providing conservation tips. So here are our tips for November. A few weeks ago, the city of Sacramento received more rain in a single day at 5.4 inches than it had any other day in recorded history. On that one day, the city received 2/3 of the total annual precipitation for 2020. Across California, rain poured down in our cities and suburbs. Most of that hit impermeable surfaces like roofs, sidewalks, and parking lots, causing flooding that damaged streets and streams alike. Climate models suggest that extreme weather events such as these will become more common in California. To mitigate the impacts of these events and to make sure that we have enough clean water for drinking and irrigation, Californians can help slow, spread, and sink the rain. Here are some steps we can take to offset outdoor potable water use this winter. Turn off your irrigation system because fall is here and our yards don't need as much water in most parts of California. We can turn off irrigation systems for the cooler weather. Disconnect your downspout. Downspout disconnection is the process of disconnecting downspout from a pipe or the paved area. Water is then redirected to flow into a rain barrel or to a lawn or garden where it can soak into the ground. Get a rain barrel. Rain barrels and cisterns are increasingly affordable and easy to come by. Create a rain garden with some fairly simple landscaping, small berms, swales, and basins that direct, detain, and filter water. We can invigorate soil ecology, enhance the yard's aesthetic and habitat value, filter pollutants, and help relieve overtasked city storm drains, and find discounts to support these actions. So for example, the Marin Water District is providing rebates for rain barrels and cisterns at 50 cents per gallon of storage. I know that there are a couple of experts, I believe, that are going to be providing public comments after this, and will provide further information on how we can harness the abundance among us. Next slide, please. We would like to remind our audience that the Save Our Water campaign offers free and publicly available resources on its website to spread the word about the importance of conserving water during a drought. There is a general campaign and then 2 others focused on Latinx and Asian American communities. The pre-roll ad on the next slide is another example from the toolkit. So I guess you can go to the next one and then just run that little bit of video. Next slide.
Climate change is here, and we're facing a serious drought, so we need to reduce our water usage to make it last for generations to come. To learn more, visit SaveOurWater.com. Let's make it last.
And with that, I will end my presentation and open up for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rodero. I really appreciate it. And not the news I think that we're all wanting to see for sure. The backsliding isn't welcome, but it is what it is. And so far as we're needing to make sure that we're using this opportunity to refocus and ensure folks are conserving. And important to note that we are coming here into our wetter months, and the opportunities to conserve are less because of that less dependence on outdoor irrigation. But I really appreciate the coverage here and continued drumbeat that we need to ensure we instill that conservation is our strongest tool here, not just in drought, but for the long term, because of climate change, because we know that we will continue to face deeper and longer droughts. And so now is the time to really continue to shift our usage here in the state, and have done so proudly. When you look at the 17%, 16% that continues to carry on in conservation from the previous drought, let's continue to use this opportunity to importantly figure out how best we can conserve. And I'll acknowledge that there are a number of homes I know that from the last drought have done a lot to invest indoors, and maybe the opportunities are less there, and is why we're really continue to try to focus on outdoor irrigation as a huge component that oftentimes gets overlooked in that water budget. Thank you. Any questions from our fellow board colleagues here, or comments?
Yeah, I have a comment and maybe a request. But so, like you said, Chair Escobar, I think disturbing trends in some areas, if we're increasing rather than decreasing use, I think understanding we all have to do our part, and really helping make sure that people understand what an extreme drought we're in. I think often people, and I know that was part of the video that you shared, but I think the more that we can bring that reality home is important. I guess I want to make sure that as a board and within our policies, we are really focused on efficiency and demand reductions and resiliency, because I think the more that we focus on maybe just a few individual actions, we can lose sight of really what this is about, which is about reducing demand, especially in periods of drought, and increasing efficiency in terms of gallons per capita per day. So I wonder if we already have maybe somewhere on the website, or maybe in the future for updates, anything that can help to bring out an understanding of what the gallons per capita per day is in comparison to different places. I know there's climatic reasons that, some areas, there's plenty of reasons why different areas are different, but I think what we're trying to do as a state is really set goals that we can all be reaching for around efficiency and conservation. So I think the more that we can share information and the data that we're collecting could enable us to do that around understanding that kind of bottom line, how efficient are we being? Because the reductions may be less if we're already being super efficient. Whereas, if we're not being very efficient, we should be achieving far greater reductions. So just wanted to continue to emphasize that focus on, not just how much we're reducing, but really how efficient we're getting. And similar with demand, I think similar with demand overall is, as we're looking at resiliency, making sure we're focused on overall demand, maybe more than, I don't know, I know connection moratoriums are something we're having to look at in some extreme areas. And I think just really focusing on how are folks, reducing demand or enabling maybe housing or other things, even as they're not increasing demand, just to balance these different, the realities of how we are adapting, but continuing to address other societal challenges. So I guess that my actual question or request is really just in the future, or you could share if this already exists on the website somewhere, some comparison or information on the efficiency rates that we are seeing in different areas.
So I'll jump in and just say that we can definitely provide some additional information on per capita water use as part of our presentation. And I believe we already are providing quite a bit of data, like publicly through our conservation portal, but you do have to look at that data with some caution and caveats, because just because an area has high per capita use, as you alluded to, Board Member Firestone, doesn't necessarily mean that they're inefficient. It could be caused by other factors like lot size or climate, temperature, those issues. And so that speaks directly to the work that we are currently engaged with Department of Water Resources on bringing forward the regulations for water use efficiency. But we're not yet at a stage where we have a good tool, I would say, to actually try to put a measure on efficiency at the system level. I think we're getting there and we're getting closer, and certainly that will be a piece of the work we do to adopt regulations for water use efficiency. So I think we can provide some information that will help. I don't think we're quite at the stage yet where we can sort of comment on people's or water suppliers' individual level of efficiency.
Yeah.
We're getting there though.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheimer, and thank you, board member. Any other questions or comments from colleagues? Okay, and we have a number of commenters, so we can begin to tick through some of our commenters here. First, I'd like to call up Devin Prava.
Hi, good morning. My name is Devin Provo, and I'm speaking on behalf of Accelerate Resilience Los Angeles, or ARLA, a sponsored project of Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors. Thank you for the great presentation. We don't actually need the recent drought emergency to understand the urgency of preserving local water supply. We know this, and we need action from both government and individuals to innovate and adapt to climate change by pursuing distributed rainwater capture opportunities across the state. In Los Angeles, most of our infrastructure was designed to send rainwater into the streets, where it flows into storm drains and out to the ocean. Not only is this water wasted, it's also the biggest source of pollution to our local waterways and ocean. We have the power to reverse this. For example, single-family homes in LA County make up 17% of the county's impervious area. A 2016 report by Tree People, which 2 ARLA members contributed to, found that we could meet 10% of LA's residential water demand just by capturing rainwater off the roofs of viable single-family homes via cisterns and rain gardens. In fact, nearly 1.2 million of the 1.5 million single-family homes in LA County are viable sites for rainwater harvesting. Cisterns and rain gardens are available for rapid deployment, and residential retrofits can be installed in a matter of days to weeks. And this is just one example. Many schools, parks, public rights-of-ways, parking lots, and other land uses are also ripe for rainwater capture. So in the face of current and mounting climate pressures, I encourage this board and retail water suppliers to prioritize the use of both regional and distributed rainwater capture systems to offset potable water needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your good comments. And yes, stormwater capture is a really critical part of our portfolio when it comes to growing our actual water supplies, and yes, being focused on efficiency, but also ensuring that we're rethinking the way our water systems are capturing and putting to beneficial use what at this point are otherwise nuisance flooding and otherwise unused resources. So just thank you. I appreciate your good comment. Next, I'd like to call up Trayton Heckman, who will be followed by Regina Hirsch.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on today. I work with a Sonoma County-based nonprofit called Daily X Organization. And for the last 15 years, we've been working with local and regional agencies, in particular around installing these decentralized water solutions, around action campaigns that mobilize lots of households and partners to take action. And just want to highlight, they've already been touched on the importance of these small scale and decentralized solutions at scale. The rainwater catchment, the rain gardens, the gray water, the turf transformation. And the beauty of these solutions is that they can be low cost, low tech, they're nature sourced, and they can be people powered. So this makes them accessible, affordable, and so they could be rapidly spread. And as Devin touched on, there's a number of incredible benefits. There's, in addition to saving and storing water and stormwater and pollution reduction, there's growing local food, medicine, animal habitat, carbon sequestration, increasing soil water holding capacity, keeping our trees healthy and alive, and strengthening our ecosystems. These programs are also really critical for educating and engaging and empowering households. And this helps rebuild social cohesion, which is at the core of resilience. And so just really want to make the case to think in terms of small, but at scale. And we could really move these solutions out and be really powerful and really get a lot of people in our state bought into conservation as a way of life and addressing these crises we're facing by engaging them in hands-on practical activities. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ackman, and thank you for your great work and leadership at the local level, encouraging these investments and systems. They are incredibly important, and again, an underutilized part of our water portfolio. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Next, I'd like to call up Regina Hirsch.
Hi,
good morning.
Greetings, welcome, or thank you for having me. My name is Regina Hirsch. I work with a for-profit company, a design build firm all over the state, Watershed Progressive. And we work in partnership with some of the other commenters here today in trying to scale small solutions to scale all over California. I think that I was on the meeting earlier, and I just wanted to note that I think that the work that the state board is doing is really unbelievable and honorable for all that you're looking at. And thank you to all your efforts. Our work is showing us that in these areas around California, 90% of the climate impacts we're going to feel through water. And we're going to be able to actually affect people where they live and work and play through systems like rainwater harvesting, capturing the rain, efficiencies, and how we can reduce the impact of our demand. And that can be 70 to 90% at every resident. We can actually reduce the impact of demand by 70 to 90% at every residential scale throughout California. I have a couple examples I'm just going to go into. The benefits I think the other previous speakers have talked to of, say, harvesting the rain and other tools in our toolkit, such as rain gardens. So I won't go into those, but all in all, they lead up to building a healthy, resilient community, which is really important for all of us. Some of the different accelerated approaches that are happening already all over the state include in the Ventura River watershed. We already know that there's enough rainwater that falls on the landscape, even in a Southern California community, to meet 90% of the demands that are within the watershed. Right now, the community there in the Ventura are using these approaches, such as rain harvesting, whether it be in cisterns or in the ground, to go and create shovel-ready projects. They're already at 580 acre feet, which is about 10% of their demand that they're ready to employ. In Mendocino, already there is some analysis being done. There's even in a drought year, there is twice the amount of water that is needed for the village of Mendocino, for example, that falls on the roof in an 18-inch drought year. There are community members that are installing rainwater harvesting tanks, and not so much barrels, but I want to really overemphasize tanks. And they've put in 5, 10, 20,000 gallons worth of storage, and their rain storage is already full off of the last few storms. So they're already there to where they can offset some of that really critical potable drinking use. Also in Mendocino, there's a lot of community resilience that's growing out of these type of actions. In Tuolumne County, again, there's fractured bedrock and failing wells and water quality issues, and those vulnerable communities there are really finding relief through rainwater harvesting and other slow spread it, sink it techniques that are being employed by some Department of Water Resource funding and other actions. And so those communities are already getting to those places where they have seen reductions of up to 50 and 60% on those properties that are doing low cost, accessible, rapid deployment, I think as Devin said earlier, solutions. And so we can do this, we can meet these goals, and I'm really curious to see what the goals of the state board will set. But these actions are available, these opportunities are there. And most importantly, everyone in California is a land, water, and natural resource steward if we can give them the tools and opportunities for abundance. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Hirsch. I appreciate your good leadership and work and engagement and comments today around something so critical here. I mean, efficiency and ultimately really rethinking the way that we manage water here in the state and bringing it down to the local level and really empowering individuals is really appreciated. And we'll continue to make sure we do our part here to make sure it's a continuum of leadership. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Terrence McCarthy.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Terrence McCarthy, and I am the Water Resources Policy Manager for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And I'd like to speak on agenda item number 4. LADWP has a long history of conservation and water use efficiency successes and continues to strive towards making conservation a way of life in Los Angeles. As such, we've reduced our customer demands by over 30% since 2007. We met the previous administration's call to reduce our demands by 20% during the last drought, and we've maintained these reductions in recent years. We understand California as a whole is facing an unprecedented water supply shortage this year, which is why we've maintained our mandatory restrictions on irrigation since 2009. And we're working to step up enforcement of these restrictions, as well as considering increased restrictions as conditions continue to develop for the worse. With these achievements in mind, further demand reductions are taking considerable time and funding to realize, given most of the immediate savings potentials have already been accomplished in our service area. We continue to incentivize measures for our customers to take, including sustainable landscaping to replace turf, but those take time and effort as well as funding to encourage our customers to utilize them. We ask that as your board reviews progress towards the current administration's call towards an additional 15% savings, you consider past accomplishments, and also as conditions continue to develop, considerations for critical needs include water for commercial, industrial, and institutional uses as businesses work to recover after a difficult year. We're going to continue to strive towards lowering our demands by our customers and also diversifying our supply portfolio, but it will take time to achieve those additional goals that we've set. So we ask the board take these items into consideration as they review the monthly progress towards reducing our demands when compared to 2020, which was an unusual year for us all. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. I appreciate your comments today and the leadership at LADWP and continue to be a partner in ensuring that we make conservation a way of life here for all Californians and recognize that it does take time for conservation to boot up, but now is that good time as we prepare for continued dry conditions. So thank you. It is much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Lena Tam, and I believe our last commenter then is Elizabeth Lovestead.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Lena Tam, the Manager of Water Resources Planning for the East Bay Municipal Utility District. And thank you for your earlier resolution recognizing our wastewater treatment plant's efforts with COVID tracking. East Bay MUD provides water service to over 1.4 million people in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. We continue to fund and implement projects and programs to improve water use efficiency and resiliency for our customers. This is part of our overall robust water conservation program for long-term water use efficiency and to reduce water use during times of water shortages and multi-year droughts. Our current water use reductions are on top of the 13% reduction that we had already sustained and achieved since 2013. Our board set a goal of 10% during this drought, which is going to be on top of the 13% that we've already achieved. We are currently implementing our water shortage contingency plan that have been in place since 1994. And the most current plan was just adopted this past summer in June. It provides specific guidance on response actions based on local hydrologic conditions, our water supply portfolio projects, and implementation of measures such as a very aggressive advertising campaign, release of 2 new landscape rebate programs, and dozens of presentations to community groups as part of our outreach to our customers. In fact, we just saw some early data that showed that for the month of October, our water use reduction was 15% compared to last year. We support the state board's actions to assist Californians in reducing their water use, and we want to ensure that local utilities like ours are able to continue implementing carefully developed water shortage contingency plans based on our specific systems and programs to help our customers. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Tam. I appreciate your comments and the good work at East Bay Mud. Thank you. Next and last, we have Elizabeth Lovestead.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. My name is Elizabeth Lovestead, and I'm a water resource manager with the San Diego County Water Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning, and I appreciate all of the hard work and thoughtful effort that's going into the response to this drought. Similar to what Terrence was saying, in the San Diego region, we saw low water use in 2020 and continue to see reductions in water use in 2021. Our region offers a large portfolio of water supply, water use efficiency programs, including training for landscape use, different indoor and outdoor devices, rain barrels, and other things. In October, our board moved to the voluntary stage of our water shortage contingency plan, and we introduced new outreach and water use efficiency programs as we move forward with this drought to help our member agencies continue to reduce demand and respond. We hope to see in the winter months, hopefully there'll be some more rainfall and perhaps we'll see some more demand reductions from that moving forward into the winter months. And we'll be continuing to work with our member agencies to encourage efficiency to meet the 15% that's called for by the governor. And we'll be doing that again by offering programs and doing outreach and really encouraging efficiency throughout our region.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lovestead. I appreciate the comments and the work at the Water Authority. And here, it'll be interesting to see what October brings, knowing that we had pretty substantial, as we know, atmospheric rivers and precipitation come through, at least here in the northern part of the state. So we'll see what that ends up doing to some of these numbers. And so just thank you and appreciate the comments today. Fellow board colleagues, anything further to discuss, comment, or question on? Okay. That wraps up this informational item on urban water conservation. Again, we'll be here in a month to look at October's numbers, and we need to continue to focus on conserving in this critical time during drought. So thanks everyone for your time. Let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break and come back here, say at 11:20. And we will then dive into our next item, which is our racial equity resolution, and incredibly looking forward to that discussion and proud of it. I know, I apologize, Ms. Lowry, I saw your name or your hand pop up a couple times. I imagine it may have been a desire to try and comment. We'll quickly move now into our next item, which you're scheduled to speak during. So thank you. Let's go ahead and come back here in about 9 minutes, but get here at 11:20 and continue on. So thank you, everyone. See you here in a moment. And we'll continue to item number 5. Thank you. All right, everyone. It's 11:21. I think we begin to gather back. Hope everyone had a good quick break. I'll just note that this item will have to be divided in half by a lunch here at some point, but just appreciate everyone's patience as we got through our agenda and look forward to getting now to this item. I'll just, I will take the opportunity here at the top say that discussions around race are not easy. They're certainly not easy for government institutions to have as well. But the discussion is so incredibly important because it is such a nexus to the challenges we see in access to clean drinking water and access to clean water. And so here, I just want to acknowledge and thank the incredible work of so many here at the State Water Board, but also throughout the state that have engaged with us in this discussion, and proud that we are bringing here now this item to a vote after listening almost a year and a half worth of very concerted effort, work, and importantly, listening so that we can best reflect here and synthesize, again, a really critical discussion around racial equity, but can be easily politicized and can look like and can ultimately lead to a lot of tensions. And so I just would like to acknowledge those and just ask that we provide ourselves a lot of grace in this space and discussion. And I know I come at it with an incredible amount of humility, knowing that I carry my own biases, that I too am on a personal journey that connects to a societal discussion around what we want our futures and communities to look like. And comes at such a critical time, given the investments the federal government is looking to make, and that we have incredible gaps throughout our communities that are generations in the making, and that here are not going to be solved overnight, but we must engage with honestly and openly if we're going to see them change. And so just thank you, and would kick it off to our executive director to further lead us in this discussion.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm going to turn it over to the panel, but I just wanted to recognize both the priority that the board has given to this matter and the fact that we at staff have really tried to make it a priority. It's not a priority unless you spend time on it and care about it and make sure that it infuses all of the every aspect of our workplace that it touches. And we have tried to do that with bringing this resolution to the board, but there's a lot of work ahead of us. But I did just want to acknowledge everything that you said, that the engagement, both internal and external, has been quite a journey and quite a learning experience. We've all sort of started from a unique and different point. And so we have different journeys ahead, and trying to bring us all to some common ground is going to be a challenge. And just at the beginning, I think you'll see as you see the presentation, the passion that staff have brought to this project has been amazing. We are really very lucky as an organization, excuse me, to have such talented, articulate, thoughtful colleagues to bring this work to the board in this, and with all the attention that it deserves. So I will just stop and make sure that everybody knows that this was a very collegial and difficult process to come up with a document that reflects a lot of disparate views. So enough, and we will move to our presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sobeck.
Thank you, Chair and Executive Director, for those important acknowledgements. And good morning, members of the board, and to everyone joining us here today. My name is Terrence Sahota, and I am an environmental scientist from Region 5 and a member of the Water Board's Racial Equity Working Group. Today, I am joined by Brittany Evans and Tian Tran. We are presenting on the status of the proposed resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, bigotry, and racial injustice, and strengthening commitment to racial equity, diversity, inclusion, access, and anti-racism. We are requesting the board's consideration for adoption of the resolution. Next slide, please. Today, our presentation will cover background and context for our racial equity work, the outreach outreach we did to ensure that the resolution is informed by both public and employee needs, regional board's efforts regarding racial equity, the goals of this resolution, the process the resolution team used to consider comments and make appropriate revisions, and next steps for the resolution and racial equity team's goals. Next slide, please. Our racial equity priorities and team were developed to lay a foundation for the water boards to acknowledge and dismantle the racism embedded within our agency through a legacy of actions, including the distribution of water rights, inequitable access to clean water and sanitation, and redlining. The impacts of government action and inaction regarding racism are vital to acknowledge as we move forward with building and working in partnership with tribes, stakeholders, environmental justice groups, and Black, Indigenous, and people of color who have historically been left out of the process and continue to be underrepresented and underserved. As we drafted this resolution, it was clear to the team that the input we received from the public and staff, the research and data we were collecting, and our own personal experiences within the water boards all point towards the need for the water boards to specifically address racial inequities and acknowledge that race is the strongest predictor of access to safe and affordable drinking water and sanitation. The research shows that the communities disproportionately affected by environmental pollution, poor water quality, lack of water availability, and high water and sewer rates are communities of color. And at the highest levels of burden in California are Hispanic and Latinx and Black communities. However, until recently, few of the water board's policies, programs, or plans specifically considered or addressed race or racial inequities as a factor in inadequate drinking water, wastewater systems, and inequitable water rights. We believe it's critical to start with the resolution because it sets the tone and outlines a path for state and regional water boards as we are proactively working to be anti-racist and acknowledge the history of white supremacy and systemic racism in California that have led to ongoing injustices. Next slide, please. The resolution uses the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, or GARE's definition of racial equity, when race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes and outcomes for all groups are improved. Equality and equity are sometimes used interchangeably, but actually convey significantly different ideas. Equality is about sameness, while equity is about fairness. Equality describes circumstances in which individuals or groups are given the same or equal treatment. However, because individuals or groups have different histories, needs, and circumstances, they do not have equal positions in society or similar starting points. Providing the same resources, support, or treatment does not guarantee that everyone will have fair or equal outcomes. Equity recognizes that because different individuals and groups have varying histories and circumstances, they have different needs and unequal starting points. Using an equity approach, individuals and groups receive resources, opportunities, support, or treatment based on their specific needs. By providing what each individual or group needs, equal or fair outcomes are possible. Next slide, please. In order to better understand racial equity, we are going to first go over a few more definitions. This slide here shows various forms of racism and reminds us that they are all intertwined. Individual racism is the discriminatory perspective an individual holds towards other ethnicities. Interpersonal racism occurs between individuals. Once we bring our private beliefs into interactions with others, racism is now in the interpersonal realm. Institutional racism is a form of racism that is embedded throughout legislative and organizational processes that perpetuate oppression against Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Structural racism encompasses how the various forms of racism interact and accumulate throughout history and in the foundation of our society. Our racial equity work primarily targets systemic racism, which can ultimately help eliminate racial inequities across all these forms of racism. Next slide, please. Based on Cal and ViralScreen data, we can see that race continues to be the strongest predictor of access to clean water and sanitation. The least polluted California neighborhoods are comprised of a 67% white population, while the most polluted neighborhoods consist of 90% Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Broken down even further, neighborhoods with the majority Black and Hispanic or Latinx population face the highest burdens of pollution. Our current reality continues to show that the impact of historically redlined neighborhoods in association to worse environmental conditions and greater vulnerability to the effects of pollution. As the water boards, we have a duty to advance racial equity within the communities we serve and have historically underserved, by evaluating and modifying our programs, policies, and processes to ensure equitable access to clean and safe water for all Californians. Next slide, please. This slide shows various ethnicities population in California against the water board's population for each ethnicity. As you can see, as a whole, the water boards are not representative of California's population, particularly in regard to Hispanic and Latinx representation. It's also important to note that Asian or Asian American is a large umbrella term that encompasses many races, and further broken down, many Asian ethnicities represented at the water boards are actually not representative of the California population. Next slide, please. As we can see, broken down further by race for management positions, water boards management does not represent the racial demographics of California, particularly regarding Hispanic and Latinx representation. It's important to note that this is an inequitable outcome, not just for staff, but also for the communities we serve, because it can mean a lack of representation in decision-making roles in our agency. In highlighting these discrepancies, the water boards are not advocating to hire staff or management based on racial quotas. On the contrary, it's important to show this data, which indicates that the current system has disadvantaged some groups and favored others, and that there is work that needs to be done in recognizing the merit in life experiences and the ability to better connect with communities. There's also room for the water boards to better recruit our positions in areas and job classifications lacking representation, and to, through training, better ensure that implicit bias and individual racism are not factors in the hiring process. Next slide, please. I now pass this presentation on to Brittany Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan, so much. After Water Board's commitment to align with CAL's EPA's efforts to advance racial equity in the workplace, water boards conducted listening sessions to find out more about how the communities we serve and the employees feel about race in the water boards. These listening sessions were one of the first initiatives water boards took in understanding and achieving racial equity in water boards. Next slide, please. We conducted both public and employee listening sessions. The public listening sessions were held November 2020 to December 2020. There were a total of 86 participants, 3 sessions in English and 1 in Spanish. The internal listening sessions were conducted in March 2021 by a third-party consultant specializing in diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. There were 9 listening sessions and a total of 357 employees that participated. Next slide, please. From these listening sessions, one of the things we discovered was that both the public and employees would like to be more informed of the water board's efforts, projects, and community relationships. As a result, we made updating our external and internal racial equity websites a priority. They now contain the most up-to-date information about our racial equity efforts, projects, including timelines, team members, mental health and community resources, as well as the resolution itself. Both public and employees can find the racial equity email on these websites as well for people to contact with questions they may have about our racial equity efforts. Next slide, please. People want to know exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it. They also want to see actions and things take place, not just discussions. In addition to keeping our racial equity websites current, we have also done several presentations to various groups and organizations within our communities. We presented our resolution to the public and allowed for public comments and even extended the comment period time. We also have given public access to our racial equity email for any questions or concerns people may have. With respect to staff, we have done the following. We've updated our racial equity intranet. We've allowed staff to have a separate and anonymous comment period on the resolution if they chose not to comment publicly. We established access to an anonymous comment box to express any concerns or questions on race-related issues without being identified, in addition to access to our racial equity email. In addition, we now have a monthly employee support lunch on the 4th Thursday of every month, where employees can come, support, and listen to one another and their experiences. We also have the support of executive management in our racial equity efforts. Not only does our executive director back our efforts, but we also have management from various other regions taking their own steps in racial equity efforts for these areas. Next slide, please. Here to talk about some of these different efforts in these regions today are Renee Purdy from Region 4, Lisa Horowitz-McCann from Region 2, and David Gibson from Region 9. I will now pass the presentation off to Renee Purdy.
Thank you, Brittany, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Well, today's item is consideration of a state board resolution advancing racial equity inside the water boards and in our communities is an agency and statewide effort, one which the regional water boards are strongly committed to. Therefore, Lisa, Dave, and I are here to provide you with a sample of the efforts that the regional water boards are undertaking in concert with state boards' efforts. Next slide, please. Today, I am here representing the Los Angeles Regional Water Board members and our management team and staff. Over the last year, the Los Angeles Board has taken actions within our office and in the community towards achieving our goal to address systemic, institutional, and individual racism within the water boards and in the communities we serve. The water boards have been using GARE's normalize, organize, and operationalize conceptual approach to guiding organizational change as shown on the left hand of the slide. In our region, we initially spent significant time on all staff trainings to ensure that we had the language and understanding needed to normalize conversations about racial equity and to begin to explore how to build organizational capacity, partner with others, and implement tools to help us advance racial equity in our work. Training included GARE's 6-hour training, implicit bias training both in-house as well as with Dr. Bryant Marks of Morehouse College, and several training sessions on data tools like Callan Virus Screen, GeoTracker, and Gamma that we can use in our programs to better address racial inequities and environmental injustices. We've also taken the beginning steps to expand our recruitment efforts with the goal of increasing the diversity of our applicant pools by widening our vacancy announcement distribution to local colleges with diverse student bodies and piloting partnerships with professors at these local colleges to bring in a cross-section of our staff to college classes to tell their personal stories and what it's like to work at the water board. Our regional board members have also provided significant leadership. The purpose of our annual board retreat last January was to listen to a panel of leaders from state, local, and tribal governments and community-based organizations share their visions for a more equitable future and their guidance and lessons learned from their own experiences, and then to begin to reflect what we've learned to better plan for and develop a more equitable and just organization in both our internal structures and relationships, and in the work that we do and the relationships we have. At the retreat, our management team also presented ways in which their programs could start to apply a racial equity lens so that we can do our work in a more equitable way. That retreat led to our current chair and vice chair developing a draft work plan to advance racial equity and environmental justice. The work plan includes elements of internal engagement, external engagement, including development of a regional board resolution and developing a more detailed action plan with implementation strategies and metrics to track our progress. We're currently planning to use a significant portion of our upcoming retreat to continue this work. Next slide, please. I mentioned that our management team has begun to look at how they implement their programs and how to tailor their work to achieve more equitable outcomes in the communities we serve. In our site cleanup and UST programs, we're focusing the majority of our resources this fiscal year on cases in areas where Cal and Virus Screen scores are in the upper percentiles, indicating high pollution burden and high population vulnerability. Similarly, we are targeting stormwater inspections and collection system audits in these areas. And we also continue to strongly promote supplemental environmental projects in our Los Angeles Community Water Justice Grants Program, which we established in 2018 and is administered by the Rose Foundation. While we have a strong track record of community outreach in many of our programs, we are redoubling our efforts in this regard through a racial equity lens. Some examples of our additional efforts over the last year include routinely providing Spanish translation at board meetings, adopting additional outreach materials to share with communities where we oversee UST sites and oil and gas sites, collaborating with tribal governments on designating tribal beneficial uses, and greater community engagement regarding climate impacts, as we know that these impacts will be disproportionate on many communities of color in the region. In closing, we know that much more needs to be done, but speaking for the Los Angeles Regional Water Board members and staff, we are committed to working with the State Board to achieve a more equitable future in the realm of water resources and water quality, and we are very supportive of the resolution before you today. Thank you, and I'd like to now pass it off to Lisa Horowitz-McCann from Region 2.
Thank you, Renee. Good late morning to everybody. I am Lisa Horowitz-McCann. I'm Assistant Executive Officer at the San Francisco Bay Water Board. And I'm here today representing Mike Montgomery, our Executive Officer, as well as all of our staff and our entire board as well. And we're very honored to be part of this presentation and, more importantly, this initiative, and to be doing this work to advance racial equity. And we too are supportive of the resolution that's before you today. So San Francisco Bay Water Board has also been engaged in many similar activities to what you just heard from Los Angeles Regional Board, and we can go right into those with the next slide, please. We've been doing a lot of work within our various programs. Our stormwater program, we have prioritized inspections of our industrial facilities, also in the areas with the highest Cal Enviro screen scores. In our site cleanup program, we're additionally looking at prioritizing and advancing cleanup in the areas that not only have high Cal Enviro screen scores, but are specifically in formerly redlined communities. And the San Francisco Bay Area has several, particularly Oakland, Richmond, and San Francisco. And then in our wastewater permitting program, we've started to consider cost that might be disproportionately affecting our disadvantaged communities or neighborhoods, actually, where we're asking for upgrades to POTWs or publicly owned treatment works for wastewater treatment, where those the increased costs are going to have a disproportionate effect on poorer folks. And in the Bay Area in particular, that there's an extreme disproportion there or inequity in income because we have some of the wealthiest communities as well. Next slide, please. We're also advancing racial equity in the way we're approaching all of our climate action work. We're spending a lot of time right now providing support to local entities around the Bay that need to be developing shoreline resiliency plans and projects. And we're working right now in a couple of disadvantaged communities, Oakland and Richmond included. In terms of workforce development, we've had a lot of several activities to create a culture of belonging. We've had a lot of events around cultural heritage days that are nationally recognized. We've had movie speakers and a book club opportunity that we've been doing for a while now, a couple of years. We also have been modifying our recruitment strategies, retooling our hiring practices, and now we're working to build the capacity within our own staff for community engagement that syncs better with what we need to do for environmental justice and improve the way we outreach and engage with communities, particularly communities with people of color. Next slide, please. We have created an equity advisory team. Its purpose is to be available to advise all staff in all decisions, programs, and projects, and also to support executive management and the board members themselves. It's made up of staff that have a variety of lived experience or training in racial equity. None of us are experts, but there are some of us that bring, let's just say, a little head on the path in experience and expertise and awareness. And that group is going to be a resource for information, retaining and advising on best practices, and really what are the best methods as the water boards for advancing racial equity. We've had several all-staff trainings, and I just mentioned our most recent one here was specifically digging into and training our staff on the GARE, or Government Alliance on Race and Equity tools that include partnering with stakeholders and community-based organizations, using data to inform our actions, applying results-based accountability, and also implementing root cause analysis as ways that we can better integrate racial equity into all our decisions and actions. And that concludes the sharing that I have for today on San Francisco Bay Water Board's efforts to help advance racial equity and be part of the Water Board's family in this initiative. And I will now hand it off to Dave Gibson, Executive Officer from the San Diego Bay Regional Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Water Resources Control Board. On behalf of the San Diego Water Board, I'm very pleased to be able to present to you today some information regarding San Diego's efforts in this extremely important and very timely issue. I'd like to start off with a photograph of the shipyards cleanup and abatement in process a few years ago. And the reason I start off with this is one of our top environmental justice issues in underserved communities is toxic contaminants left in legacy. And it's important to understand why those legacy pollutants are located where they are and their relationship to the community if we're going to truly begin to address these. This is something that we learned in the course of developing our strategic plan, our practical vision in 2010, and in the update of that plan this year. Next slide, please. Looking back at some of the history in San Diego Bay, and it's only one of several areas in our region that's worthy of this attention, we can see that even in the 1930s, there was red line zoning that took place that concentrated certain types of residential neighborhoods and certain types of industries together. Unfortunately, the outcome of that was that by the 1950s, there was an area of the bay that the Water Board labeled area experiencing lethal effects of pollution. And yes, that is immediately adjacent to those red line zoned neighborhoods. And even proceeding forward under the Clean Water Act from 1971 to present, there has been disproportionate attention to cleaning up some parts of the bay, but not others. The benefits of clean water under Porter Cologne and the Clean Water Act have not been equitably distributed. In some cases, this is because of technical issues, but in many cases, it's been where the focus has been applied because of the attention brought to them by people who are well connected and well financed as opposed to other communities. This is a key consideration in our environmental justice issues. And if we're going to address that, we need to also look at how we ourselves are organized and composed. Next slide. San Diego Bay improved a lot in the 1970s and 80s, but as I mentioned, the benefits were disproportionately skewed. The areas of South Bay, San Diego, like Barrio Logan, Chula Vista, areas like Escondido and El Cajon didn't necessarily benefit from the same improvements in water quality that other places like La Jolla experienced. Next slide. Acknowledging the reasons why that attention was paid where it was and where the work occurred is important to understanding why they happened and how we are going to change it. And so the Water Board has made commitments over the years in its engagement with the community to listen and learn about issues and to be able to address them as close as possible to the source. And I'd like to share with you just a few of the things that we're doing right now to do that. Next slide. The Water Board conducted 2 environmental justice town hall meetings in Barrio Logan on a Saturday and in Chula Vista on a Saturday, in the community on a Saturday when the public could be welcome to attend and talk with us. We did, I hope, far more listening than talking, and we heard, among many other things, that the top priorities of the Water Board to address the community's concerns should be to address the Tijuana River Valley water quality issues. San Ysidro is a disadvantaged community, what we would call an underserved community, but this was a common theme of speakers from throughout the region who attended. We also heard that it was extremely important, as the Environmental Health Coalition had frequently reminded the board in previous years, that subsistence fishing and shellfish consumption was a critical component of those communities, of the underserved communities, and that the Water Board needed to address that in its priorities when executing cleanup orders. We also identified an issue of South Bay communities in particular and historically closed dry cleaner sites. Were those sites closed with contaminants in place in a manner that were protective of current uses of those properties, like residential areas, and in particular, residential daycare community, daycare centers? This is a very important feature, an economic feature in our communities. And indeed, I'm going to share with you just a moment, we learned a few things. Not on this slide, but also equally important was the importance of working with tribal governments and making a priority to address longstanding practices and conduct towards those governments. And so that has also been something we have addressed in our practical vision, our update to our strategic plan. Next slide. So we've tried to parse out what we do in terms of who we are how do we change the makeup of the water board that resulted in those charts that you saw earlier in the presentation? We have done many career days, many job fairs. We've reached out to student organizations. Honestly, they didn't make a big change in our hiring. So we decided to take a different approach. Our staff actually suggested and have sponsored and led a job shadow day with students from community colleges as well as local universities, particularly reaching out to student groups from underserved communities like MESA, Black Sciences Student Organization, and others. We've also reached out to NGOs like Ocean Connectors and to the San Diego Safari Park to try to support efforts that they were making to bring persons from those communities into the STEM programs, the sciences, the technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'm very happy to share with you that because of funding support that the Water Board helped facilitate, over 750 students in multiple age group cohorts were being led through the Safari Park and through Ocean Connectors. Unfortunately, COVID has changed a lot of that, but we're looking forward to the day that that kind of outreach can return to in-person. It has been continued nonetheless. We have, of course, within our staff, self-sponsored racial equity study group and discussion work group to try to understand these issues, to learn from one another, and to how to change our hiring practices in a way that would reflect our communities that we serve. And we've been including implicit bias education as a component of our training programs for many years now. And it's been particularly informative for our staff as we go out and work in the communities to understand how in the past we engaged with them and how we should be trying to change or understand our practices. As I mentioned, some of the things we've done are the environmental justice town halls, being able to stand up before a community on any subject that they want to bring to us. It's not going out there to do damage control on a problem that exists. It's asking the community, what do they care about that they think we should know? We also spent a significant amount of time as board members and staff reaching out to community groups and organizations, including many who would otherwise never interact with us. And in fact, in many of those conversations, the first question is, who are you and why are we talking? But that was important. And I think that those conversations resonated in the community and were valuable in future efforts. I mentioned that we were looking at indoor vapor intrusion in historically closed sites, looking at those legacy pollutants left in place and asking the question, did we leave them in place in underserved communities disproportionate to other parts of the region? So we worked with San Diego State University, a program they call SAGE. It's actually a national program, a number of campuses engage in it. And we were able to bring in 5 faculty from multiple disciplines and over 75 students to do the work of going through our file room and our files, evaluating sites that were historically closed, looking at pathways to intrusion. And indeed, we found 37 locations, especially in underserved communities, where contaminants were left in place that do present an indoor vapor intrusion. And these are residences and residential daycares, which are a critical component in our communities and underserved communities. We are also restructuring our monitoring in our surface water ambient monitoring program for bioaccumulation to specifically work with tribal and subsistence consumption use groups. Are we in fact evaluating the right types of fish tissue or shellfish tissue at the right locations to inform those beneficial uses? And as was mentioned by my colleagues, we're also using Cal EnviroScreen to evaluate and prioritize our inspections on the industrial stormwater permit and construction stormwater permit in underserved communities, and also addressing site cleanups and underground storage tank remediation going forward in those communities. In one particular case in Imperial Beach, we were able to work with the Navy to inform not just the building owner, but the people who lived in the building that there was a risk for indoor vapor intrusion. And I think that that step forward compelled the Navy in that case, and happily geology also helped confirm that we were able to communicate and evaluate this risk and also then effectively remediate it. I mentioned the update of our practical vision, our strategic plan. 2 new chapters were added to that. One was environmental justice and racial equity, and the other was tribal engagement. To answer the Tomas Morales question, our former chair, what are we going to actually do that's different? We've identified a number of projects and initiatives to engage with those communities to try to do real things in real time that matter to them, that are within our jurisdiction and within our purview and discretion. So we are proceeding on that. And one of those is to take a resolution perhaps adopted by the state board today, and we support this conversation and the adoption of the resolution to our board at a future meeting, perhaps as early as February, depending on the outcome of today's vote. Next slide. And with that, I'd like to just close by asserting again a goal I think we all share, that the benefits of water quality and water quality protection are equitably distributed throughout our region, regardless of race or creed or beliefs, and that and understanding the causes of some of our actions and why our organizations are made up the way we are critical to that. And so thank you very much for your attention. I'd be happy to take any questions when we get to that point. And I'd like to turn this back over now to you, Chair Esquivel.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson, and thank you, Ms. Purdy and Ms. Horowitz here. I know that we have 9 regional boards and that there is similar work going on throughout them, but appreciate the focus here on the good work and continuum of work that this resolution is to the regions, and know that I've been incredibly impressed by the leadership of the chairs themselves in this entire effort, and appreciate that this isn't, although now this vote is here at the state board level, this effort and the document and all this work is truly a water board's effort, and just incredibly impressed by the good work that has led us to be able to synthesize up to the state level the work that's been going on the ground in our regions. And just particularly appreciate the acknowledgement of the arc of government decisions here. That means we've all inherited what is a really complex set of issues, but that government was needing to be was part of the issue and is needing to be part of the solution. And so just thank you incredibly. And we'll just kick it over actually to any board members if they wanted to ask any questions now of the regions before we shift over to the text of the resolution. Okay, and seeing none, thank you. I appreciate, again, the good presentation, and then we'll hand it over here back to Ms. Evans to continue the presentation on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Board Chair. Okay, so we started the resolution process. Oh, I'm sorry. We briefly discussed some of the actions that we've been taking towards racial equity at water boards and in some of our regions. At this time, we'll go more into depth about the resolution and how it was prepared. Next slide, please. We started the resolution process in February 2021 when we asked for volunteers from the Racial Equity Working Group and Steering Committee to work on the racial equity resolution. Our team of volunteers conducted research, created drafts, and on June 22nd, 2021, we opened up the public comment period for the resolution. On July 7th, we presented the resolution at the public workshop. During this workshop, the public asked us for a longer period to provide comments on the resolution. Therefore, we extended the public comment period until August 2nd. From August to September, the resolution group read and took into consideration more than 400 comments. For the individuals reading through these comments and those on the Racial Equity Working Group and Steering Committee, the need for this work and the need for a resolution became even more prevalent. When reviewing many of these comments, which were not aligned with our goals in racial equity here at the water boards. Comments were taken into consideration and we made necessary changes to the resolution. We have created a FAQ to address many of the commonly asked questions and concerns we saw that may not have gone into the resolution. We also provided an annotated bibliography to reference everything we used in the resolution and FAQ. Our goal in providing the annotated bibliography to the public was to be transparent about the information and the facts we obtained during the creation of these documents. The revised draft resolution was complete on October 29th, 2021, which is the resolution we are bringing forth to you all today for consideration of adoption. Next slide, please. The goals of the resolution are to acknowledge and condemn systemic racism and its effects, to institutionalize racial equity, and to direct staff to act. Next slide, please. In order to make progress towards condemning racism, we must first acknowledge that racism has and still exists in America, that the history of American colonization, slavery, laws, redlining, genocide of Native Americans, and indigenous, and murderous of people of color have contributed to racism in America, in our structures and in our organizations. That race is not only a predictor of access to clean water and sanitation, but it is the #1 predictor. Race forecasts the uneven distribution of adverse environmental impacts and of funding allocations and services. Remaining silent or refusing to acknowledge that race plays a factor in our infrastructures only leads to a continuance of inequalities and inequities. Next slide, please. The same systems that created racism have to be the same systems that dismantle it. One of the most common unaligned comments that we got was racial equity has no place in water boards. If our system played a part in the endurance of these inequities, we must play a part in pulling it apart and putting it back together the right way. We are asking the board and all of water boards to commit to this change. We cannot just talk about it. The time for talking is done. It is time to act. We have to establish concrete, measurable goals and actions. We have to see the change and be the change. To do this, we must be able to highlight what we've done, what have changed, what our history has taught us and influenced us to do and not to do. What are the benefits of what we learned and incorporated into our work and for the communities that we serve? Next slides, please. Adopting the resolution is not the end, it's the beginning. We are using this resolution as a springboard into the work we want to continue to do in racial equity and in water boards. From the resolution, we hope to develop an action plan. We want our action plan to include recommendations for positions and offices dedicated to diversity and inclusion. We want our action plan to mandate diversity and inclusion training and cultural humility. We want our action plan to show all of California that we're not only having conversations, but we're taking action. Recently, we have been doing interviews for various positions here in water boards. And during these interviews, there have been several people that have mentioned wanting to be a part of water boards because as an organization, we're acting and making headway in racial equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts. It's been fulfilling to hear coming from people outside of our agency, and it's been an honor to be a part of. Lastly, we would like to encourage the 9 regional water boards to adopt this resolution or a similar resolution of their own and take actions towards racial equity initiatives collectively. Next slide, please. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Tien Tran, who will discuss comments and revisions more in depth on the racial equity resolution. Tien?
Hi, okay, so I'm Tien Tran. I've been a part of the racial equity group since March. And just as Brittany said, it's been an honor being a part of this group and getting to know people who are really invested in racial equity and want to make sure that the water board is institutionalizing anti-racism throughout all of its work. And I also wanted to thank the team and all the folks for submitting comments. This was a very long and intentional process, and I just really appreciate all the work that's been put into this. Next slide, please. So the team read through letters and comments from the July 7th workshop, public comment letters, staff comment letters, and processed over 400 plus individual comments. The team heard from stakeholders, irrigation districts, Native American community members, environmental justice groups, and also folks that were opposed to the resolution. Next slide, please. So first, wanted to start off on a good note of the supportive comments and requests we've received. There's a lot of comments that were commending the board for taking such a strong anti-racist stance, particularly in acknowledging white supremacy and naming it head on within the resolution. And also there was support for referencing Black Lives Matter and the 2020 protests that was one of the major points in the national reckoning around racism and anti-racism. And along those lines, we also received recommendations on how the water board could do more to support and advance racial equity, and I wanted to highlight those recommendations. The biggest one, or one of the biggest ones, is needing more meaningful partnership with community groups and potentially creating an advisory group to support the racial equity team so that community members and groups have a chance to provide input throughout the entire process. Another major theme of recommendations was including stronger language to acknowledge the Native American experience within California and how water policy and programs are impacted by that. So first, we got requests to include language to acknowledge the colonialization, displacement, and genocide of Native American people, and how that led to the loss of water rights, watershed management practices, and traditions that are super essential to Native American culture. And we also received requests to include language on tribal beneficial uses and how that's also a large part of foodways and traditions. And there is also a request to reaffirm commitment to improve communications with and working relationships and co-management practices with California Native tribes. Next slide, please. A few other themes that came up within the requests that were sent in through the process were requesting stronger language around harm done to Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, in particular, stronger language around supporting Black Lives Matter and explicitly referencing George Floyd within the resolution. We also received requests to have stronger enforcement of existing policies and programs. And we also received comments from both staff and the public to acknowledge the lack of access to green spaces and water for recreation beneficial uses, and specifically how Black, Indigenous, people of color communities do not or oftentimes have limited access to those green spaces. Next slide, please. On the other end of the spectrum, as folks have been talking about, we also received unaligned comments and some just primarily disagreeing with the premise of the resolution. Some comments you received were the resolution is historically inaccurate, overreaching, divisive. Some comments stated that focusing on race may promote racism, and that there was no correlation between race and pollution burden. And that's in reference to Cal Enviro Screen, which has been well documented and well researched. And lastly, a lot of individuals and employees even stated that the goals of the resolution are unrelated to the primary functions of the water boards. Another key theme that came up was highlighting specific concerns within programs and processes. Some folks felt concerned about potentially the changes to the water rights system. And also there was a lot of concerns about hiring practices and concerns that the water board would implement diversity quotas and not hire based on merit. And related to that, individuals stated that the resolution is not necessary because the state of California already has and uses anti-discrimination laws. And lastly, this is a comment we received in from a couple of different folks of the resolution should not lump all experiences of people of color together and kind of differentiate between different experiences between those communities and within those communities. Next slide, please. So after a long process of review, staff went through the language and the comments and made revisions to the resolution. In terms of strengthening language, staff included an acknowledgement of climate change and specifically the disproportionate impact of climate change on Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. Also included more information on redlining policies and how that also shapes cities and land use and how folks have access to different resources or don't have access to different resources. There's other language to include groundwater, surface water, and aquatic ecosystems, and to also promote multi-benefit projects so that communities of color have access to recreation and open spaces and all the other benefits associated with that. And we also acknowledged the specific harms caused by the water boards and assumed responsibility. I think there is a big call for asking the water boards to be accountable for its previous actions and kind of make sure that was included within the resolution. And a few other revisions made were reaffirming the commitment to sustaining partnership and building trust with community members and groups, and making sure that racial equity is well incorporated into our mission. And I think this meeting is kind of showing that and demonstrating that. And lastly, there is a request to change the resolution and include information on water affordability and the human right to water, and how SAFER has been helping provide access to safe and affordable drinking water to communities of color throughout California, and also disadvantaged communities throughout California. Next slide, please. And with that said, we also have revisions that were not made to the resolution. The team considered each comment very carefully, and we made sure that, you know, even if it was not unaligned with the resolution, it was something that we would consider and think about. And with that said, there were comments that requested we take actions beyond the water board's abilities. And then there were comments that, as I listed before, were generally not aligned with racial equity and the mission of the water boards. With that said, this poses a lot of educational opportunities for both staff and the public. As people have been mentioning, we're all in different places, and this is a lifelong journey of unraveling racism within our system and also within ourselves. And also, there was a lot of opportunities to include comments into the future action plan, the FAQ document, and also the annotated bibliography, which Brittany will talk about a little bit more. And ultimately, the team feels that the resulting resolution presents balanced language and gives the water boards a good foundation for moving forward and continuing to work on racial equity. And with that, I will give it to Brittany, who will close out the presentation.
Thank you, Tim. It's me again. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so what's next? I'll be wrapping up the discussion today with you all talking about what's next for racial equity here at the water boards. Next slide, please. Our action plan and our story map project are the two projects that we are in the beginning phases of. While our FAQ is already posted, our annotated bibliography is complete and will be posted soon, hopefully by the end of today, but we are uploading them to the websites. The action plan and the story map project will be available as soon as it is complete. Next slide, please. Our action plan is in the beginning phases and it's already underway. We again have a team of volunteers from the Racial Equity Working Group and Steering Committee, in collaboration with a few other individuals outside of these groups, coming up with an action plan based on the goals of the resolution. The action plan will address engagement and collaboration, public participation, workforce diversity, training, identifying funding and resources, fostering an anti-racist workplace, analyzing our programs through an anti-racist lens, and the beneficial use of data to support racial equity in the workplace. Next slide, please. Our story map project talks about our story with the racial equity team here at the water boards. Although we address some previous laws and things that took place in California, it is our timeline and our experiences leading up to the resolution, the things that we have gone through as a team, as water boards, and things that we've gone through in our state, the challenges that we have foregone in coming up with this resolution, and the things that the resolution addresses. Next slide, please. So you can find the resolution on our website, which is listed here, in the FAQ as well. Again, the annotated bibliography will be available very soon, and continue to watch for updates on our action plan and the story map project on the website as well. Next slide, please. So what are we asking today? We are asking the board to make this a priority, to not only continue discussions, but to act on our commitment to work towards ending structural racism here at water boards, to be a part of water boards history and take a stance condemning racism. So, as the racial equity team, we recommend that the board adopt the racial equity resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans and Ms. Tran and Ms. Sahota, and our presenters from the regions again. Just really appreciate the incredible work and overview, and acknowledge that this is, it takes different skills to engage in this work and this discussion, and it can be very taxing. And so the efforts and time and commitment that so many of our team here have put into it is really just well acknowledged, and I'm incredibly thankful for. You pursued this in a very difficult discussion in a very academic and importantly specific way. So just thank you for that. Board members, any comments, please, and or questions here before we move to public comment?
I don't know. I'm just going to wait for other people, but
board member, please.
So I wanted to echo thanks, and just I'm so incredibly proud to be part of this work. And I know we'll talk about this at the end of public comment. I wanted to just ask or flag a couple things as follow-up. And this is really for staff. So I think, first of all, I know I really appreciate the presentations by the regions talking about the near term, the work they're already doing, and the very concrete near-term work that they are continuing to work on and continuing to expand. And I know that, what we are directing through this resolution is an action plan that is fundamental across our programs and water boards. Would love to continue to get, I know also in here is a request for updates quarterly. Would love to get updates as well, kind of along the same lines from state board programs as well. I know also a lot of regions, we weren't able to go through all 9 regions today, and we can't go through all of the work at any one board meeting. But just, wanted to acknowledge how helpful it is to just hear and see the concrete work that we're doing day in and day out, as in parallel to this kind of more fundamental long-term and action plan that we're developing. I think I'd also just want to recognize that as we are doing, any decision making here at the state board, each of the votes and decisions we make, are, as we need to be examining, just as we're committing to through this resolution, how those may perpetuate or help to dismantle racist, structural racism, institutional racism, and can advance our efforts for racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. So just as we, I've seen this already, the Division of Financial Assistance presented, for example, just an example, a look at how has our funding ultimately been distributed over the just even recent past, and just over the last few years. I think it's incredibly helpful for us to see that as decision makers. So just encourage, staff within all of the items that are brought before the board to already be including some of that to help us understand that within our decision making. as, in parallel to this broader action plan that we're doing. And then, I think similarly, we have a strategic work plan, I know, coming over, we develop annually. And so just look forward to, in addition to this action plan that we're doing, or that we will be doing as a result of this resolution, just ways that we also can already see this being incorporated into what we're doing, even as we're overstretched and drought and emergencies are requiring us to act quickly, but just seeing this as not kind of a whole separate initiative, but actually integrated into everything we're doing already. And again, I've seen staff in our programs already do that, but I just want to acknowledge that, because I think we heard such amazing work that we're already doing and just good concrete examples that we're already doing. And so just want to continue to be able to see that and hear that within, future board meetings that aren't just this one item in resolution. So, but I have more thoughts and questions, but I want to wait till public comment.
Thank you, board member. I appreciate the good, strong emphasis on the fact that, to my mind, not unlike climate change, which touches every part of our programs and really affects our work, so too does racial inequity in ways that means that it's not just a siloed document or effort. And so very much support your emphasis and call there. So thank you. Other board colleagues? And if nothing's come to mind at this moment, we can easily go to our commenters here. Okay, hearing none, then we can go to our first commenter, who will be Mary Kate Lowry. And Ms. Lowry, I appreciate your patience. I know it has been here now a long half day, so thank you.
Anin, Buju, Anishinaabe, Nekna, Mary Kate Lowry. My kids are water protectors, have been at this meeting. I promised them that I was going to make sure to talk because they went to school today. Our family is Anishinaabe and Yurok, and we Yurok people, on the Klamath River. And I really, I want to throw out, I know Limani's not on here. She's one of our youth water protectors, Regina. Racial equity means the actions that the water board did on the Scott and the Shasta. That is what that is. That's called, that's the first step in that, working on institutional racism. Boom, management with tribes. Up here, we had the renaming of our Patrick's Point State Park to Sumac State Park. This is a time of healing and movement and change. And so I'm super excited to see this. And I think what I do as an educator with the Pathmakers program, doing like cultural native STEAM and traditional ecological knowledge education with kindergarten through high school, is we're training our kids in how to be water protectors, and they can have power and turning off the water when they're brushing their teeth, but also guess what, they don't have to take a bath every day. They love that. But at the same time, we are doing, and my grandparents and my mom were always, they did water collection. So I just have to say I was so filled up by these different ideas. At the same time, we need to not see any more green lawns in California, period. And that's just something where the diversity, where we already have grassroots organizations that are part of our community. I work for Humboldt County Office of Education in Blue Lake Rancheria, and having a state water board have partners in the community that are already doing the work. So it's like weaving together these organizations. So it's not just on your shoulders, but having community liaisons to different parts of the community. Right. And so it's not just all on your shoulders, and people who are already getting paid to do stuff in the community, which for like equity work. And in my tribe, there's reservations that don't have clean water. They can't drink. It's been, what do you call it? Contaminated with fuel because of the pipeline that's going through there. And so these are things that part of protecting the water is not just asking like big act is to revision and what needs to happen, but that's part of it too. The decisions that are made that have already been made, and prioritizing Indigenous communities, co-management. whether it's for the state parks are doing it too. We have a state park up here. We're co-managing with the Yurok tribe, right? And having different people voices at the table. So I want to say I support what Regina said. Again, I second that. Please continue to make those the priority with the Scott and the Shasta because of so what I'm going to just finish up with what I've seen as an educator. Kids were there on the river. This is in 2000, a long time ago. And adults were there and elders saw it and were scared and cried and thought the world was ending and there are people that are not eating. Okay. There was a year where the fish was so low, people catch fish for the elders and they pass them out. Elders were not able to get a whole fish. And this is we're way up in the mountains. It's really rural, and this is important for people to buy school clothes or to get gas or just to feed their families. And it's scary and it's sad, and it affects an entire communities where there's already high levels of, intergenerational trauma, suicide, the highest level of suicide, domestic violence. And so the places where people are able to lift their spirits up is when you go outside and on the river and you're able to provide for your family. So in our oppressed communities, men haven't been able to protect their women because of systemic racism, because of white supremacy, they're able to provide for their families and are able to be respected, and women too, because sometimes our men are not able to do that. And so women have taken on the role of fishing and doing as a provider. And so when the news came out, and I'm just going to finish up with that, when the news came out where, okay, the dams are going to come down the Klamath River, the hope, that little bit of hope, these little things are so important for the health, the mental health of our community. The physical health of our river is connected exactly with the people and the children. The children know. Their children know. Our elementary school kids are looking at what you guys are doing. They know. Way up in Northern California, in the mountains, in Hoopa Valley and the Klamath River and Orleans, they're all watching what's happening. And so there's been these little victories that bring up, we can celebrate, we have to say, we can do this, we help participate just in our everyday lives, whether it's not leaving on the hose or, collecting water. So many families collect water, but we need everybody to be, and I'm so happy to see the actions of this board. And thank you so much for everybody who's contributed. I got hope from so many different people that were talking. So thank you, Waklau.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lowry, for your patience as we've gone through the agenda, but importantly for your contributions, continued contributions to our discussions here at the board. I just appreciate and know that there are a lot of challenges in our communities, and it is very difficult out there. So we're here to be partners in what are complex issues facing us, but all here to do our part. So I appreciate the time and the contributions here, Ms. Lowry. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Natalie Escobedo Garcia, will be followed by Jose Flores.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie, and I'm calling on behalf of Leadership Council. We support many of the changes made to the racial equity resolution and are encouraged to see the board taking critical steps to addressing racial inequities in California's water policy. We thank you for recognizing the numerous racial and environmental inequities BIPOC communities have been subjected to and committing to changing practices at the State Water Board to address these inequities. We are still concerned to see that it is not being required that the regional water quality control boards adopt similar resolutions, especially given the regional board's histories of not actively engaging BIPOC communities. Additionally, there are major inequities in our water rights systems, and we encourage the board to think creatively about how we address this, especially given the stresses these rights will become as California continues to deal with drought. Furthermore, the board needs to pay special attention to groundwater rights. As it currently stands, industry and specifically agriculture has overpumped our aquifers, infringing on the groundwater rights of domestic well users and small water systems, majority of which serve BIPOC communities. If the board is committed to addressing past inequities in water rights, it is crucial these issues be addressed immediately. We are interested in seeing how the State Water Board will hold themselves accountable to move forward this work, and look forward to continuing to engage with the board as it takes steps towards implementing this resolution. To conclude my comments, we strongly support the adoption of the resolution with the changes we recommend, and thank the board for their efforts to address racial inequities in California water policy.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. I appreciate your comments and for the long engagement, continued engagement, particularly with communities, but with us as well, as we do our best to live up to what is a lot of need here in the state. So appreciate the good comments and contribution here. I believe Luis Flores and Jose Flores and Luis Lopez are not currently on the platform here. I know we have gone long, and so I apologize to those that I know understandably probably had to drop off for other items. If you are on the webcast though, and needing to come on the Zoom platform, we can make sure we get to you if you're able to come back. Next then, I believe we have Emma Chiaroni.
I don't believe she's on the platform either, Chair Esquivel. The next person I do believe that's on the platform is Duga Khan.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Townsend.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Dokan Yukan, and I'm from the UC Davis School of Law Water Justice Clinic. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I want to start off by saying that the revised racial equity resolution does list many of the issues Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities face in their fight to access clean, safe, affordable drinking water. However, while the draft acknowledges the historical injustice these communities have faced and provides a map of what the board must do to promote racial equity, the resolution postpones any meaningful action until the State Water Board adopts a racial equity action plan. In other words, the resolution remains a statement of goals and a direction to the staff to come up with a plan to ensure that the board works towards the resolution's goals. But without any sort of mechanism to implement the guidelines, the draft will remain nothing more than a performative gesture. The racial equity listening session summary report points out the disconnects between the water boards and the communities it serves. This disconnect is especially evident throughout the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act process. There's a clear underrepresentation of disadvantaged communities, tribes, and private domestic well owners in groundwater sustainability agencies and advisory committees, which play a crucial role in the SGMA process. Because of this underrepresentation, groundwater sustainability plans can't accurately reflect the needs of historically disadvantaged communities that rely significantly on groundwater. In addition, just 5 of the 41 GSPs submitted to the Department of Water Resources for review in 2020 mentioned the human right to water, and only 1 GSP affirmed it as something to consider when developing their plans. Many GSP projects wouldn't benefit disadvantaged communities at all, and instead further sidelines groups that literally and figuratively exist on the periphery. Other procedural deficiencies include GSAs failing to translate notices and draft plans, or failing to provide interpretation services, inadequate outreach, and meeting inaccessibility. While the draft promises to address many of these issues, it's not evident how the Water Board will do so in the SGMA process. How can the Water Board ensure that these GSAs and advisory committees accurately reflect the diverse demographics of these communities? Paragraph 11H on page 12 of the draft gives staff up to a whole year to present a racial equity action plan, but the human right to water was recognized by Water Code Section 106.3 in 2012. But staff have an additional year to present a plan in 2022 that will address this human rights violation happening across our state right now. The timeline is simply too slow, and the resolution in its current form will not tangibly improve the lives of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities when adopted. Another problematic aspect of SGMA is the quantification and allocation of sustainable yield. Many GSPs kick the can and have not even fully addressed the issue. But if the people who decide what is sustainable are people who have always been privileged throughout history, then SGMA will do nothing more than just perpetuate further water injustice. To conclude, the implementation of SGMA is just one example of the disconnect between the Water Board and the communities the Water Board serves. If this draft is adopted without some sort of carrot and the stick approach that will incentivize the board to enact policies to tangibly improve the lives of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities and punish the board if they don't, then I fear that the adoption of the draft will be just another well-intentioned but ultimately performative gesture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yuken. I appreciate your good comments, and I can take the criticism here that it seems we're kicking the can down by asking for an action plan. I'll note that there's a lot of ongoing work, and we're not going to be waiting for the action plan to ensure that we're still doing and engaging and doing as much as we possibly can in this space. Sigma is a complicated endeavor, certainly not going to be able to speak too much here on that, but I think as Board Member Firestone said here at the top, there's ways that just in our daily ongoing decision making that this can be brought, these important needs around racial equity can be brought to bear. So just appreciate your good comment, and always here to make sure we are doing as much as we can. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Danny Merkley.
Chair Escobar, I have I've invited him to unmute himself, and he has not at this point. So,
and there he is, Mr. Merkley.
Oh,
yeah, there we are.
There we go.
Good to see you.
Sorry.
Danny. Oh, don't be sorry in the least.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was at a lunch in a loud restaurant.
Oh,
So,
don't worry.
Multitasking, which I learned to do while I worked at the water board years ago. So I just have very brief comments, and it's actually in the therefore be it resolved section. It's page 11 on my copy, 11D as in Danny, and all I want to ask is that agriculture have a place at the stakeholder table that's mentioned there, and I wasn't able to hear a lot of the presentation ahead of time, so I hope this is still pertinent, and do applaud you for adding that from some of the comments you received into the resolution. And with that, I just thank you for the opportunity to comment. And I did finish my lunch.
Good, and thank you, Mr. Merkley. I know that there's a lot on the agenda, and it's hard to know when you're going to land here, and so just to appreciate still yet your engagement and your flagging comment. We'll definitely look back at that text here as we continue to hear additional folks and think on that request and change. So thank you, Mr. Merkley.
Thank you.
I believe next we have Regina Chigazola. Ms. Chigazola, good to see you.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, well, I have about 5 pages of notes and thoughts about this. And obviously, I thank you for the process. We were not able to engage a lot in this process, and I do apologize for that. And a lot of the reason is because we're dealing with the massive catastrophes that have come from the large fish kills and large fires that were within the North State this year. And it is a little disturbing to me that I haven't heard anything from Region 5 or Region 1 on what they are doing on this. California has the largest Native populations in the nation. About 7% of Native people in the United States live in California. And water in California has always been used as a weapon against Native people. A lot of our state's infrastructure was set up to displace Native people. The water rights system was set up, as was mentioned earlier in this meeting, as a way to help miners take out whole mountains and displace Native people. And that water rights system is still in place. And meanwhile, the North State is where most of the source waters for the whole state is, and is also where most of the large reservations are in rural communities that are suffering from the loss of their traditional foods and their clean water. And I don't feel like this board has been good about making sure that our communities have a voice. Very often we have to drive, before COVID, had to drive at least 5 hours to get to any board meetings that involved us. This is true on the regional and on the state level. Our board for our region, the North Coast Water Board, almost everything they do is focused in the Santa Rosa area. We have large agricultural pollution that happens that is completely unpermitted within the Klamath River, within the Smith River. The Eel River doesn't have a TMDL that is in place. Our TMDLs are not implemented. This year in the Shasta River, when the curtailments happened, I believe is one of the first times I've ever heard of the TMDL actually being met. And that was because the state board finally took action. I really disagree with the wording in this that says that that talks about treaties and water rights. As you probably know, California doesn't have any ratified treaties. But that doesn't mean the tribes gave up their water rights, nor their fishing rights. The reason why California tribes' water rights and fishing rights are largely not acknowledged is not because they don't have them, it's because the state ignores them. So I think that that's just a really important point. I also think it's important to look at the massive change to people's diets that has recently happened because of the way these source waters are treated and the fact that a lot of Native communities were not able to participate in this process because they were dealing with that. Like literally our towns are burning down, our rivers are going dry, people no longer have food sources, there's massive suicide crises going on. And meanwhile, you know, tribes are governments, you know, these are not like community organizations, they are governments with their own EPAs, and their EPAs, water rights standards, are not being met, you know, and TMDLs are not. I mean, we have to protest or litigate most of the time to be heard in any manner. You know, and that's true of federally recognized tribes, the same as Save California Salmon, the same as tribal members. So we support this resolution, of course. You know, it's so great you're actually thinking of doing this, but what Region 5 and what Region 1 does with it is really going to decide a lot, because they pretty much like ignore our communities and have ignored our communities. And until recently, the state board did too. And while this was happening, the state board was letting the majority of the salmon in our rivers die. You know, so that's why we didn't comment a lot, is because we were in serious crisis the whole time this was going on. So with that, I just want to say that I hope that things move forward in a better way in the future. I hope this is helpful. I hope this leads to meetings actually happening in our communities at times when we can be there, the way that other regional boards discussed, because they don't at this point. You know, our regional boards are largely not diverse. They don't come into our communities. They don't listen to our communities. And the last thing I want to say is I really hope that you use this also to call out other agencies that you permit, because, you know, if the Department of Water, you know, like if DWR goes forward with, say, the Delta tunnels, or the site's reservoir is built without conditions that protect the fisheries and protect tribes and actually demand tribal consultation and consent, then what does this mean? You have permitting authority with those actions. And so I really hope that you use your permitting authority to make sure the agencies that you work with also care about racial equity, or else so it's not performative. And I really hope that the source waters are considered, and the rivers are considered, and the food sources for the people of Northern California are considered within this process, and that rural communities are engaged in, not just city communities. I have so many other things I could say, and hopefully I'm within my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the good comments and continued engagement around this, and know that you know, we're trying to get it as best we can here with the resolution, and it'll be continued work here afterwards. So and know that you know, I appreciate the feedback and the feeling that it still needed to be stronger. I'll just acknowledge, when, you know, we talk about treaty rights, I don't think we're trying to limit tribal water rights to those that have some, you know, official treaty. There's federally reserved rights, winners' rights, that we know at least the federally recognized tribes have, and they need to be quantified, and is part of the challenge that we have here. So but thank you. I really appreciate the good comments. And next.
Sorry, can I just add,
yes,
you know, to the extent that there are specific language edits on that issue that we could tweak while maintaining, the purpose. I'd love to hear those before we're finished with discussions today. So maybe you could submit that so we can see them to the extent you're willing and able.
Yeah, thank you, board member.
And I guess if I could also just add here, I somehow through the development of the Racial Equity Action Plan or some other reporting mechanism, it'd be good to hear from some of the other regional boards as we go on through the update process here down the road. Not necessarily today, but I would like to hear how the other regions are interpreting and handling this and how they choose to proceed, or what types of actions they're already taking. Thanks.
Thank you, board member, and good request. Thank you. And thank you as well, board member Firestone. Okay. Let's move on then to our next commenter, Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
Chair Escobar and board members. Our environmental justice community in the Delta appreciates the hard work by board staff to craft the racial equity resolution before the board for consideration. We applaud the procedures put into place to support board water staff from BIPOC communities and to strengthen their work within the boards. We fully support the resolution as a step forward toward policy creation. We also fully support comments made earlier today by Doug Obigi and Regina Chichizola because they intersect with how we believe the equity resolution should be implemented. We're worried about the implementation. A more equitable and just California cannot be forged through exclusionary negotiations like the voluntary agreements designed to accommodate powerful economic interests that have benefited and continue to benefit from the status quo, which has become the excessive export of water from the Delta watershed and tributaries. Water that ironically never seems to reach the disadvantaged drinking water communities in need of shared water. This is not a politically charged view or comment that I'm making. Disadvantaged Delta communities and tribes cannot have meaningful input into how water is managed without an equitable seat at the table. That is a fact. BIPOC Delta watershed communities and tribes are living with disproportionate impacts from pollution, lack of flow, collapsing fisheries, worsening surface water, groundwater, drinking water pollution, and now live surrounded by harmful algal blooms, which cause air and water pollution. The VAs are a continuation and extension of the racism built into the California water rights system through Native American genocide and exclusionary and redlining laws that have kept people of color from owning land with riparian water rights in representational numbers. There is no equality with continued separation and exclusion. We agree with this equity resolution as a statement of policy, but if it is not applied to moving forward with a full Bay Delta plan to protect the Delta environmental justice community, which makes up a full 32% of the Delta region, then it will not bring about meaningful policy change. We hope that the board will put action into the words of this resolution by applying it to Delta management and equitable water management for all environmental justice communities within the state. Rulemaking policies and procedures that build equity into processes are essential. I heard today that that is the direction you want to move in. We think that has to include moving forward with a Bay Delta plan that brings everybody to the table. We thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. I appreciate your good comments today, and as always, the engagement. I'll note for folks at this point, I believe we have about 8 commenters left. We're about to hit 1 o'clock or so. I don't know, I would like to get through all commenters before we hit a lunch break, but just a flag that might likely bring us to about 1:30 or so. But let's go ahead and do that. I don't want folks to have to carry over through the lunch that are looking to comment. Next, I'd like to call up then Dean Tonena.
Hello, this is Dean Tonena, Mono Lake, Kutsatukara. We're a tribe from the Eastern Sierra. Our homeland is the Mono Lake area and the regions surrounding it. And we as a tribe, we really appreciate this opportunity to speak to the board, and we're very much in support of the racial equity resolution. Racial policies and laws just in the past have had a real cumulative and devastating impact on our people that is spanned over generations. We've been the original people in that area, and then just over time, we've lost land, we've lost water. So now we are a federally unrecognized tribe. We have no land and we have no water. And for the few people that have put up cabins on land, they're considered squatters. And that just really shows a real live case of how racist policies and just really ignoring our people have resulted in a full reversal of being the owners of the land and water, so to speak, to basically having nothing at this point in time. And these impacts are not just solely, I think, related to water. They're very interrelated. For example, with the Mono Lake region, we have a lot of water exports going from our lands to LADWP in Los Angeles. And these water exports combined with climate change and the reduced precipitation that we see in our area just has this really doubling effect upon our people, where we're seeing that the lake levels within Mono Lake are decreasing, and that exposes alkaline lake beds. And when those particles become airborne, they become hazardous to our people and also to the other communities that are in the region. And this air quality violates California standards. And so it's not just really unfortunate acts in the past that have brought us to where we are, but it's really ongoing impacts that we face. And, without being considered, it's just something that sometimes feels we're powerless to really address as a people. And we're hopeful that this resolution will be the start of being able to work collaboratively to find answers and solutions to the things that have taken place in our area. And if, it's one thing to look back and to say, well, that was a dark chapter in our history as a state. But if we don't really address that dark history, those racist policies and laws, then what we're doing today as a people and a society is that we're enabling those racist policies and laws to continue into the present day and into the future. And I think that's something that we all don't want. And so I think our tribe is really encouraging the board to vote to approve the resolution and to commit to the underlying principles that are within the document. And we look forward to working with the board in whatever capacity that we can to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table and we can all move forward more equitably. Thank you, board and chair, for this time.
Thank you, Mr. Tonina, for your time and sticking with here. I know a long day at this point to deliver just really critical perspective and voice. And so I really appreciate your engagement with us today. Thank you. Next, we have Jacob Villagomez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Perfect. Mr. Chair and members, good afternoon. My name is Jacob Villagomez. I'm the Director of State Governmental Affairs with the California Citrus Mutual. Also calling in today as a resident of the city of Sanger. Having served formerly with State Senator Melissa Hurtado as her district director, and now in this role, I know that many communities look to this body for both guidance, support for clean water infrastructure needs, and also technical assistance. Although the resolution is a step towards equity in rural areas, we recommend that the board also adopt language to include groundwater replenishment and what the resolution refers to as a method of green infrastructure. With the supporting science and a clear need, and not a whole lot of this happening throughout our communities here in the rural areas, and for the sake of compliance with SGMA, we recommend that the use of groundwater replenishment or recharge be listed explicitly under these projects, under the green infrastructure projects. As this, we believe the appropriate technical changes, rural communities of color can have the capability themselves to pursue groundwater recharge projects. And those are all the comments I have for you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Villagomez. I appreciate the comments and contribution here to the discussion. Thank you. Vice Chair.
I just want to make sure that we have that language. I know I received the language and I'm interested in making comments later in support, but I think it'd be helpful for all of us to have the language.
Yeah, I don't think I received it, Vice Chair. Yeah, if the clerk of the board could perhaps send it or someone else who may have it or appropriately to us to be able to evaluate the change that's been requested,
Okay.
that'd be helpful.
I'll
Thank you.
I'll forward what I have to Ms. Townsend.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Rodriguez. And Mr. Rodriguez, you should be invited to unmute here. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi. May I drink from your well, sir? A poem about the San Joaquin Valley by Miguel Rodriguez. Water. Water is life. Water is creation. Water is creativity. Water is abundance. Mindsets. Water is expensive. Water is scarce. Water is redirected. Water is damned. Perspectives. Where is my water? My water is gone. My water is poisoned. My water is not my water. Delano, California. My water is for my Starbucks. My water is for my lawn. My water is for my almond milk. Your water is for my bottom line, the world. The end. Just kidding, I'm not finished. July 7th, year 2077. My bottom line, your water, you mean your life. And all that at the expense of your creation, creativity, and abundance. Why? Well, because water is scarce, you see. We are still in a drought, sonny boy. Look around you. The earth is dying faster than we can save it at this point. And I own one of the last ground wells in this great valley. Listen here, boy. Back in my childhood, we still had cities with electricity and running water. Life was good, especially for those like me with lots of money and power. We thought it best to dam up the water, then redirect it away from nature to use for our new housing and commercial developments, irrigation canals for orchards and farms, and ultimately mine and other stakeholders' bottom lines. But we were wrong. You know, this is the first time in over 65 million years this valley floor has been without water. California used to have its own Great Lakes too. For millions of years, glacier fluctuations in the eastern Sierra Mountains fed the river networks that flowed down and out onto this valley floor, creating a massive lake called Lake Corcoran. Then, during the Holocene era, that lake started to drain out of the San Francisco Bay. And the first settlers of Turtle Island in this great valley learned to coexist with Mother Earth, respecting her natural systems. This valley's natives, the Yokuts, enjoyed tens of thousands of years in a lush riparian wetland with 3 great lakes, remnants of the ancient Lake Corcoran. The vast Lake Tulare, Lake Buena Vista, and Kern Lake. Now, obviously, these names are colonial names, but I am interested in what the first settlers called these lakes. But you know, my forefathers, though, they chose to rape and reap their profits from our Earth's resources, and I didn't know better myself. But in less than 200 years, we managed to dry up our lands, killing our way of life, and countless species have gone extinct. I'm sure we're not far behind. Again, look around you, boy. What do you see? These lands don't produce no billion-dollar industries no more. See, I was born in 2021, but things really didn't get bad for me till 2050. Yet all the signs and voices were there, but we didn't listen. And I know, this is a lesson in character development arc that we should have learned. But I believe we could have avoided this mess if we studied human history objectively and critically. But no, we were too comfortable being rich in our privileges to face reality and listen to those people screaming for the health and coexistence of humans and Mother Earth. Still, I haven't changed much. It is what it is. So no, you may not drink from my well, boy. Patterns, mindsets, perspectives. If these do not change, results will not change. Amateo. Hello, State Water Board. I'm here today on behalf of the dead Kern Riverbed that currently sits still in Bakersfield, California. It is my wholehearted opinion that the way we treat our lands is the way we treat our bodies. And every day I am triggered to see the once roaring river be dry and dead throughout the city of Bakersfield. This is a racial issue. This is environmental injustice at a grand scale. Environmental genocide is how I see it.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate.
I'm not finished.
Oh, apologies.
I'd like to bring attention to a proposed goal in the racial equity resolution for agenda item number 5. Quote, provide equitable access to safe, clean, affordable drinking water and other beneficial uses of water, affordable services to support sanitation, wastewater collection, treatment, and reuse, and healthy watersheds. Let me repeat, and healthy watersheds. I call the State Water Board members to urgently consider the question, is the Kern River watershed healthy when its main vein of life and water flow has been manufactured to be dry? Boots on the ground speak louder than actions, and actions speak louder than words, policy, and internal applauses for our great work at the State Water Board level. The people don't see it that way. I don't see it that way. Not in my neck of the woods. This is a racial issue. This is environmental injustice at a grand scale. This is environmental genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, and apologies for interrupting, and appreciate the artistic delivery and use of poetry in your comments. As an English major, the humanities are an important part of all of this work. I do appreciate your good comments, and if you don't mind, if you have submitted in writing your requests for language change, we can more easily take in consideration here. But if not, I've taken note as well. So just thank you. Much appreciated, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Next, we have Crystal Gonzalez.
Okay, there we go. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon now. Chair Escobar, board members and staff. My name is Crystal Gonzalez, and I'm calling on behalf of Clean Water Action. And also thank you to the previous commenter as well. I really appreciated that change of pace and way of, delivery of what you're saying. But anyways, I want to acknowledge all the work and intention that has gone into developing the resolution, and really thank the Racial Equity Working Group and Steering Committee and all those that have been involved in developing this, because I agree it's not to have the State Water Board an agency talk about these things, naming white supremacy and racism in this formal document is a big deal, to say the least. And I think that's one of the first steps to really undoing and addressing the structural framework and historical context that our water management and policies and practices are rooted in, that have perpetuated inequities and exclusion in the access and protection of water for Black, Indigenous, and communities of color. So I definitely feel like this is a huge step, and would agree that in terms of the action plan, while that is also important, yes, I think there's still ways that what is being said can be integrated and like done now and in current, the strategic plan, for example, and like all parts of, programs in the ways that it's possible. But give me one second. Yeah, we submitted a comment letter, and so we did know, in reviewing the updated plan, the resolution, that we appreciate that the efforts being made by staff to like incorporate the language recommendations that we provided, specifically on community capacity building, and really we also were pushing for like transparency in the plan development and action plan, and so, and also ensuring like access to just like, yeah, more engagement with community and making sure that whatever information is being put out is accessible, and, where everyone can understand. And also just want to note that in our letter, we also mentioned that, given the number of key decisions made by the regional boards, and how it impacts a lot of communities that, BIPOC communities, we strongly feel that the involvement in the regional boards is like essential to the success of this effort. And so we are, I was pleased to hear during the presentation to hear from some regional water boards in terms of what they're doing to advance racial equity, and really hope to continue to see those updates in the future, and from additional regional water boards, as well as some previous commenters mentioned their different regions, what is going on and what's not going on, like what's being done and what's not. And really holding folks that are empowered, like, or people, accountable to their communities and regions. And so with that, we do strongly support the adoption of the resolution, and we look forward to, continuing engaging in this process and support the development and action plan, and look forward to seeing the story map. And again, seeing these efforts and change being made in current work that the State Water Board is engaging in, and I know, and I feel confident that that's what we will see, and not just waiting for the action plan to be developed and shared out to the public. And so thank you very much for all the work. And again, it's not easy, but I know that there is that commitment and passion from you all, from many of you. So thank you so much. And yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and good comments, Ms. Gonzalez, and just long-term commitment and on this effort and so many others. And so just thank you. I really appreciate the time and effort in providing us comment here. Next, I'd like to call up Deirdre Hathor. Ms. Hathor, I apologize. We can't currently hear you, but you are unmuted. So if you click the little caret next to your microphone, you may be able to select a different microphone. It just looks like it didn't have the right one selected. Let's try, nope.
And specifically, Ms. Hathor, it appears that you may have called in addition to joining from your computer, because we appear to have a telephone line connected to your Zoom as well.
Still can't hear you, unfortunately.
Okay, now, Ms. Hathor, it appears that you've connected up, so let's give it a chance. It will be using your computer microphone at this point, I believe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, sorry in the least. Appreciate the patience.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Chairman Escobar, and the board members for allowing me an opportunity to speak. My name is Deidre Hathor. That's Hathor, and I'm an artist, a muralist, and a life coach in Bakersfield, California. I'm very active in my community. But what I want to talk about, first I want to give you a little background. I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and there we had 3 rivers. It was the 3 River Stadium and all rivers around it. And could you imagine not having a river in Pittsburgh? That whole entire economy would just go down. I'm not talking about Bakersfield economy, I'm just saying. And then I went to college at the University of Memphis, Mississippi River. Could you imagine if the river was gone from Mississippi River was gone from Memphis, Tennessee, or from Arkansas, or from all the places that it flows, and just decided to just go just to agriculture or just the needs? Now just think now, I'm here to talk about racial equity and racial injustice. The Kern River being dry is a racial equity issue. The Kern River runs through Bakersfield, yet the water does not flow all the way through Bakersfield. And I want to bring attention to the fact that the people of color do not have equitable access to healthy watershed or recreation. So diverting our water presents a negative environmental impact. Our water is not being proportionally shared. Bypassing our water is putting an unfair constraint and restraint on our community. No access to water gives us no fishing. Can you imagine any of you guys who never ever experienced fishing? No fishing, no swimming, no put your feet down into the water, no little boy being able to skip the stones across the water, no river experience, but God had placed a river right there, but we can't experience it. It's reason why I'm saying that is because coming up, being raised in the hood, having a community where I could go to the river and experience that, these kids are not going to do it. They can't go to Pismo. They don't have cars to drive to Pismo. There's no pools in their backyard. They don't have a chance to have an environmental impact in their life that could change everything because there is a dry riverbed. No river is negatively impacting our people of color. Now, I walked to the riverbed this past weekend with the group Bring Back the Kern, which I strongly support everything that they're doing. And it broke my heart. I walked on a dry riverbed, just a little smidgen. Mississippi River was all dried up. That was because it was dried up, because there was no rain. It wasn't because the city, the state, is diverting our water so we can't have water come through. I just want you guys to support the resolution.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hawthorne. I'm not sure if you accidentally clicked out too early. And otherwise, appreciate your good comments. Is Ms. Hawthorne still on the platform with us, Mr. Loffer or Ms. Townsend?
She is, and her
Okay.
microphone still shows as live.
Okay. All right. Well, then, thank you, Ms. Hawthorne, if that was the conclusion of your comments. And really, I do appreciate your engagement and comments today, and thank you for your advocacy. Next, we have Delia D. Dominguez.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
My video. Can you hear me?
Your
Sorry.
audio may be, you may want to turn your video off because it may be compromising some of your audio, but I think we can hear you now. So by all means.
Thank you for having this meeting. This is the first time I've ever spoken before you. So my name is Dominguez, and I am Ketanamak, Yalamni Yokats, Ventureno Chumash. I was born in January 23rd.
I apologize, Ms. Dominguez. You're coming through a little spotty, so I would go ahead and turn off your video, and your audio should be able to come through a lot clearer at that point.
Like that?
Okay. How is it now?
Okay.
Great. We can hear you well.
Okay. I was born in Bakersfield on January 23rd, 1951. I'm 70 years old. I actually live in two homes. Where on my life's work, and I retired in after 36 years, 9 months of working with the their home 50% of the time is my grandparents' home in Bakersfield, and that home was my grandparents' home that was purchased by my older son after World War II. This was a very important house to me because this was the first after being forced from Tejon Ranch, where the Native people lived at. It was the original reservation. And Southeast Bakersfield is where all of the Indian people would go to when they were chased away from the old reservation. My great-great-great-grandfather and his brother were signers of the treaty was taken on 1851 by George Barber at the Sebastian Military and Indian Reservation. There all the Indian people from all over the Kern River, Buena Vista Lake, Kern Lake, the whole valley and the mountains were taken. Unfortunately, the reservation was abolished because of the legal title on the property. In 1982, Harry, who was an historian, contacted 18 of the oldest Native people that were 18 positions. They were for the Department of the Interior, Office of Indian Affairs, private settlement land base for the people that had been chased away from the area. 7 were one of my step grandmother was Maria Chololo. She was born in Wailu Rancheria, and they were forced to go to Tejon Ranch. And I'm going to read from her deposition a little bit here. It says, I, Maria Chololo, and was at Wailu Rancheria, the present site of Bakersfield. At the time of my early childhood, the Indians of Wailu the Tejon Bay and irrigated by means of ditches and small fields at their villages. They used all the land adjacent to the river, gathered the wild seeds, acorns on which they subsisted. The Indians used to hold antelope drives on the plains from the Kern Lake. My last husband, Jose Maria Chololo, was born at the Tejon and was living with his mother near Captain Raimundo's house at El Palo, was the wheat mill a mile away, but I did not marry him until he was old here at the Tule River Reservation. My grandfather also was a traveler, and he would take a Tule boat and travel, starting at the mouth of the Canyon River. Right there, mouth of the canyon on the river, there used to be a waterfall, and that was a village of Waterfall. And longer that would take place, that the road would be straight to go into the canyon. And he would travel on his river, visiting all the villages, all the way down to Buena Vista Lake, Kern Lake, and go up the slough to Larry Lake, and last stop was at Elcha, and he would come back. During the generation of 1987, the Elk Hills was going to be sold by the Department of Energy. The oil was to the lake. It was going to be sold with no oversight of, and our concern was for all the villages and all the items that were still around from our villages. And so we began a walk for life. And so in the early 2000s, we walked the river from Beach Park, and then from Cal State all the way to Enos Lane, and we crossed the road, walked over to State there. And on that walk is when we saw the river. It was so disheartening. All of the trees were dead. Every single year saw the thing over and over again. All the vegetation was dry and gone. When I was young, a child, my favorite place to go into Kern River was on the river, Coastal Highway crosses the river. On the left side, there was a huge oak grove trees. And you would turn off the road and get into that oak, grove of oak trees. And then all the kids, we went in the river. Had a long, long sandy beach. Those trees are gone. They've been gone for a very long time. That sandy beach is gone. Now to get to beach park to the river. You have to go to the beach park and go over the berm, go to the river. But no water either. The water's been gone. And I mention all of these things because decisions that were made and west and removing all the water from a bustling living river had been decisions that were for immediate gratification of the individual. All of the decisions. Those decisions did not take into account the fish, the access to our religious and sacred site, the butterfly, the deer, the Pacific flyway, the tules, the sugarcane, all other plants and animals. Offers ground and for the natural beauty of freshwater lakes, tributaries, and a living freshwater river. Please play, relax, boat, etc. The sad thing is that no one stopped it or has reversed it. So I hope that our rivers have water for 10 more miles, and it's bad, at least. The river needs it. Instead of a river full of trees and vegetation, water where people can run into and play and relax amid oaks, willows, and natural. Provided there is water, and hopefully someday fresh water into the old Buena Vista Lake for all to enjoy. River water all the way to the San Francisco Bay again, with no obstructions. I thank you for your patience and for listening. And, I hope the water goes back to the earth. It's a very special place. It's a river of life, and just beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. I appreciate you taking the time today and sharing your voice and experience and history here with the board. And just thank you for your time and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rose Nelson, who will be followed by Eric Oriana. And I believe that wraps up comment at that point. So hello, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rose Nelson. I'm the Education Director for the Mono Lake Committee, and I am joining you today from traditional Mono Lake Kutzerica Paiute land by the shores of Mono Lake. This ancient and uniquely beautiful lake is just right out my window. I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you to Ms. Shahota, Ms. Evans, Ms. Tran, and the board members for opening this conversation with important data, important background, as well as some good progress that is happening within our state. I want to thank the board and commend you for taking these steps in acknowledging the effects of institutionalized racism and working on becoming a more anti-racist institution. I know these conversations and self-examinations are difficult, but they are vital to making our communities and our world more just and equitable and healthier. As the draft resolution states, BIPOC communities intentionally have higher rates of pollution, unsafe drinking water, and are more susceptible to climate change and drought here in California. Our fellow human beings deserve better, and this racial equity resolution draft is impressive, and it's an exciting first step towards achieving equitable water access. Thank you for putting so much time and consideration into its creation. And as it's been stated today throughout the comments, it's an ongoing progress and an evolving work, and I'm eager to stay engaged with the work to make sure it is implemented appropriately. We are facing uncertain times as climate change is no longer knocking at our door, it is moving in. In order to navigate these uncharted waters, as you are aware, we need people with a more diverse experience and voices to help problem solve in conversations that have been historically white. A strong aspect of moving forward is listening to the California Native American tribes, incorporating traditional ecological knowledge in land and water management, and supporting their cultural and traditional rights. Tribe member recently said, in order to move forward, we have to look back. And that's deeply resonated with me, and I hope that resonates with you all as well. Here at Mona Lake, the Kutzetica tribe, including Dean, who commented earlier, and others are working to advance tribal beneficial use designation for Mona Lake and the streams that flow into the lake. This designation would recognize the cultural and traditional importance of these waterways that have gone through decades of ecological destruction. This is one positive local example that shows how opening these ecological conversations can lead to healthier waterways. We at the Mona Lake Committee are grateful for their work and are honored to help them advance the tribal beneficial use designation. Again, I recognize this is difficult. It's a lot of hard work. Our organization is working through these hurdles as well. And while I still have a lot to learn, I know that ecosystems thrive when there is diversity and there is balance. So on behalf of the Mona Lake Committee, I urge the board to adopt the racial equity resolution with the consideration of today's thoughtful comments for the health of all the people in California and all of our waterways. And thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long day and just appreciate you, your patience in providing just good comment with us here today. So really appreciate that. Thank you. Last, we have Eric Orellana.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Eric Orellana on behalf of Community Water Center. Just briefly before I begin my planned comments here, wanted to lend support for some of the comments that folks have made in support of the Kern River. As a proud former Bakersfield resident, I definitely enjoyed the Kern River and would love to see future generations have the same privilege that I did as well. But back to my previously scheduled comment, wanted to commend the board and staff for its work to center equity as a real priority. This racial equity resolution goes beyond what many states and other state agencies are doing to address racial disparities. It is a huge step forward for the state to recognize the long-lasting impacts of colonialism and systemic racism on Black, Indigenous, and communities of color. Equity, and specifically racial equity, is absolutely necessary for this state to address the myriad drinking water disparities that disproportionately impact low-income communities of color. This racial equity resolution, as well as the racial equity action plan, details significant efforts to increase community engagement, capacity, and state water board transparency, both of which are crucial to closing racial disparities. Furthermore, the findings in this resolution paint an awful reality of how the California state government perpetuated genocide against the indigenous peoples of this land and continue to uphold unjust land and water rights rooted in colonialism and white supremacy. Throughout American history, there are many instances in which indigenous and communities of color were discriminated against for the sake of protecting and enhancing white power. Acknowledging this history is absolutely necessary because even still today, we see how Latino communities, who most are descendants of indigenous Americans, continue to be disenfranchised by a water system that prioritizes the profit incentives of majority white farmers over the basic needs of communities of color. Additionally, the farming industry in California takes advantage of the fact that a majority of its workers are undocumented Latinos, paying them the lowest wages they can offer. In closing, we applaud this racial equity resolution and support this board to embody the principles noted in this resolution. We look forward to the principles and values expressed in this resolution being evident in the actions this board takes to ensure the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is implemented equitably and that communities' drinking water is protected from harmful contaminants. We thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to supporting this board in its work to center racial equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adriana. Appreciate your, again, patience as well and your comments today. Thank you. That wraps up our commenters. So I know that there was the supported language by the vice chair from Citrus Mutual. I believe that's hit our inboxes here. I know board member Firestone also requested in relation to perhaps the language around tribal water rights, making sure there's no limiting, effect there by the way we've listed or enumerated things. And then trying to think, and please do other board members chime in now, other changes or adjustments that would like to be seen. We can leave those with folks to get us a completed change sheet, if we will. And we can tick through the changes individually and make sure that we all are on board or otherwise see what we have consensus around. But I'd like to be able to get that all on the table now before we go to our 30-minute lunch, just to make sure then we can have a cogent discussion afterwards and either go through them, or if we find general consensus with the changes, then take them on en masse. But anything that, besides those two larger kind of ones that I recall, I think Board Member McGuire did ask for some potential change in at least the action plan and further calling out, I believe it was regional boards and reporting there. Board Member Morgan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I believe there was also a request to add healthy watersheds to Resolve 6.
Yes, thank you. I think that was, thank you, Mr. Merkley, or no, it wasn't Mr. Merkley's. 1 second.
Could you say that again, Board Member Morgan?
Yeah.
I didn't catch it.
Sure. To Resolve 6, I believe that Mr. Rodriguez asked to add healthy watersheds, and I'm in support of adding that to the language.
Thank you. I'm supportive of that as well. So let's that can be one of the changes. And are there anything else, other things that board members would like to flag before we go to the lunch then?
I did have one thing. So I forwarded, and I apologize, but I had forwarded around last night, but I guess to Ms. Sobek, but I guess it just, somehow fell through the cracks, but you should have it now, the language that Citrus Mutual was circulating, but there is an option, and I'm paired with Board Member Firestone on this, and we did have some dialogue. And so I just thought I'd indicate that one of the options is to include storage and groundwater, or to focus on groundwater recharge and replenishment. And I'm comfortable with the second approach because that's really the focus of the existing language anyway. So as you go through the document, just look for those two options, and I would be recommending the second option that's provided.
That's helpful. Thank you, Vice Chair. Any discussion before we head off to a 30-minute lunch? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Again, it's been, I know, a long day and good discussion here on this item. We'll go ahead and take our 30-minute lunch now, 30-minute-ish. If we want, we can get back here either at 2 or 2:05. We'll just say 2:05 so we have an actual 30 minutes. And let me know, Mr. Loffer or others, if there's further direction that's helpful from us, but otherwise, I think we have a pretty succinct list of some minor changes.
I think the staff have what they need, although certainly if any of them on the team need to speak up, they should do so now.
Okay. And hearing none, let's go ahead and take a 30-minute lunch and get back here at 2:05. And just thank you, everyone, for the good discussion and contributions so far. So we'll be back here for the vote in 30 minutes. Thank you. Hey everyone, just a quick update. Folks need another 15 minutes, I'm hearing, so we won't reconvene here at 2:05. We will instead reconvene at 2:20. So we'll all be back here in another 15, and so we'll see you at 2:20. And we'll update the ticker here. Thanks.
Yeah, see,
Okay,
I can get
now-
away with the TV part, but
So I can stream Netflix and cast it. So it's not
All right, everyone. Thanks for the extra time that was needed. And we are now here at 2:20 and ready to continue on with item number 5. Ms. Sobek.
Thank you, Chair. We took the suggestions that were made by board members, and we hope we captured them. Ms. Claire Wagner is going to go through the changes. And I did want to recognize that Claire Wagner has been the sort of project manager of the resolution, helped us stay on schedule and arrange all the briefings and try to incorporate all of the moving pieces. So it was a really big, team, but Claire kind of kept us all herded on this one. So it's only fitting that she should help us walk through the last few changes here. So I will turn it over to her to walk through the document with the changes. So Claire, to you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And good to see you, Claire.
I know, good to see you too. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so to start with, we put the changes in blue, underline, and strike through text. So hopefully folks can see that. So if we can scroll down, it's the interim between pages 1 and 2.
And I think it would help if you can zoom in a little. Go ahead and make it the width of the screen so folks can be able to see a bit more. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so this should be whereas number 4. And so I'm only going to read the last sentence of this. So this was a change as proposed initially by CalCitrus and then supported by board member D'Adamo. So what we have added is to the sentence, many of these communities lack access to parks, open spaces, greenways, and green infrastructure to provide new text, for example, comma, natural flood protection, comma, strike through and water treatment, comma, and then the addition of and groundwater recharge and replenishment to acknowledge that that's potentially a benefit of green infrastructure. The next change is on page 4 in whereas 7B. So again, I won't read the whole text, just the changes in the sentence. So beginning with historical land seizures, comma, strike through and broken promises related to federal treaty rights, comma, addition and failures to recognize and protect federal reserved rights. So that was the additional text. And that was from Ms. Chichizola and supported by board members Firestone and D'Adamo. The next change is in the therefore be it resolved. So we'll be scrolling down quite a bit to page 10. Okay, so therefore be it resolved 5. Again, this was a recommended changes by CalCitrus, and we added and degraded aquifers after impaired surface waters. And then for therefore be it resolved 6, this was the suggestion by Mr. Rodriguez to acknowledge healthy watersheds. So we made this addition, but then made some grammatical changes that I'll read in. So starting with the Water Boards commits to expanding implementation of the State Water Board's climate change resolution to address the disproportionate effects of extreme hydraulic conditions and sea level rise on Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, comma, prioritizing addition of a colon, the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible drinking water and sanitation, sustainable management, so they're the grammatical switch, and protection of local groundwater resources, comma, the addition of healthy watersheds, colon, and we removed facilitating to make the grammar work on this, access to surface waters that support subsistence fishing. And then the last change is in, if we scroll down to therefore be it resolved 11G. So this was the request by board members Firestone and McGuire for periodic updates. So to 11G, we've added at the end that staff shall provide updates on developing and implementing the plan at least quarterly. including updates on actions taken by the regional water boards, divisions, and offices as appropriate. So that's the extent of the changes. I don't know if Mr. Lawford missed anything, but yeah, there we go.
You did a fine job, Ms. Wagner. You have a bright future reading change sheets into the record.
Thanks.
Really good job. And thank you. These refinements capture well the discussion I heard here amongst us as board and stakeholders. And importantly, it just really well done, really well incorporated. I have no qualm or issue or further addition, but I look to my fellow board colleagues for any addition, thoughts, or comment. And then hearing none, I would be open to a motion.
Maybe before we do a motion, can we just have a little discussion before we, just so we're not just.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, please.
I mean, because I think the language looks great and I want to make sure we pass it, but I just want to make sure that there's time to make comments.
Yes, please.
Okay, I guess I'm starting since I interjected. So I guess I wanted to just say, again, I'm so grateful and proud to be part of this. I think it's incredibly impactful that we're recognizing and documenting our history of white supremacy that has shaped our communities and our institutions and our government decision-making, and that continues to result in race as the strongest predictor of water-related outcomes and access to safe water, sanitation, and pollution burden. And I just feel like it's worth us saying that again and again, and I really appreciate how big of a deal that is. I think it helps us to start to normalize conversations on racism, and that also is really captured in this resolution. I think importantly, if we can't talk about racism, if we can't talk about racial equity and diversity and inclusion and access and our need to actively take anti-racist actions, then we can't address it and we can't achieve that. And so that is, as Chair Esquivel, you said, that's really uncomfortable for I think most of us. And we need to be able to lean into that discomfort, but have really constructive discussions on our actions and ways that we can work to address the racial disparities today, listen to folks to help us figure out how we can do that. I think it's going to mean we have to look at the tools that we have and use them more actively. I heard that from a lot of stakeholders throughout this process, to kind of intervene in the patterns and structures that result in racially discriminatory outcomes. And we have to talk about that to see it, and we have to act on it. And if we're not acting, or if we're not doing those interventions because, or even just talking about things because of discomfort, it means that we're allowing it to continue. So, I also feel like with a lot of these things, it can be, especially a big resolution like this, it can be really abstract. And I wanted to just share like an example of ways I've seen this in some of my work, and that even just this week have talked with staff around looking at how we use our tools. So specifically, again, of course, my background ends up being with drinking water communities, and there are communities after community that I've worked with personally, where from the beginning they have been kept separate and excluded and segregated from white communities. They were and continue to be predominantly communities of color, and they were, in addition to be excluded from infrastructure and jurisdictional inclusion, they also were explicitly denied investment in water infrastructure. So literally the county general plan said, we will not invest public money in these communities, similar to what we've seen with redlining. And now those communities continue to be told that they should remain separate. You know, maybe they would allow an intertie to the larger, wealthier community, but that they should remain a separate entity. And that's an example to me of when we don't use our mandatory consolidation power to kind of overcome that. Really, it's separate but equal mentality. We are supporting it, and we know separate is not equal. So I guess I always feel like it's helpful for me to just talk about something concrete when we talk about these things, and as we're committing to move forward. I also just want to I recognize that. And I think the presenters did a great job of saying this much better than I am, that the action plan is really how we're institutionalizing this work to create racial equity, diversity, and inclusion at the water boards. It's how we're going to do more than just these words in a resolution. So fundamentally, the creation of an anti-racism action plan across the water boards is really transformational. And I want to acknowledge that. I think I often, and I will always also emphasize that we need to be doing near-term actions at the same time. And I know like I said, we heard from many of the regions here. We've seen that even just in recent meetings, how we are starting and continuing to more deliberately bring racial equity into the decision-making and just understanding of our work. And so I wanted to just highlight one near-term action that I would really like to see us take to support development of this action plan and implementation of the resolution across our programs and region. And this is not, I'm not certainly asking for this to be any action that we do today. I just wanted to use this space to be able to talk about it. If we want these efforts and our work to be meaningfully informed by communities most impacted and BIPOC communities, we have to recognize that we need to actually support community resources and capacity to meaningfully engage. So in other words, we can't just hold a meeting, even if we're translating it and doing it in the community and breaking it down into plain language, that meeting alone isn't going to result in an outcome on its own, right? So holding a meeting in a community in Spanish, inviting community to discuss water solutions on its own won't result in safe water for that community. But providing that, as well as providing technical assistance resources, really enables that community to develop solutions that we can then fund and support. And so those additional financial resources for community capacity building and meaningful engagement are really critical for us to be successful in this effort across our programs, across the regions. So we're doing some of that. A great example of that is, again, our technical assistance for project development. But there are, I think we could be doing more funding for community-informed and community-based sampling and testing, for example, that could be sufficient for inclusion within state databases to inform and drive our actions. We're doing that. I think we heard from some of the regions examples of how we're doing that, but I think we could invest more in that. Funding for community-based training on water issues and facilitation of community engagement with water planning and regulatory processes like TMDLs or groundwater management zones or other water agencies. And regions have identified this need and tried to support local disproportionately impacted communities primarily through SEPs. And, I know Region 4 highlighted this in their overview today, but for many reasons, those SEPs haven't been the best fit for supporting this need. And I think if we could explore ways to utilize the cleanup and abatement account more deliberately and consistently for this purpose in a way that's connected to the regions across the state, I don't think we need to wait until we try to get a new funding source, or I think we have funding sources today that we could think about utilizing in a more deliberate way, building this in, and thinking about how maybe I know a lot of the regions that have been trying to do this through SEPs have utilized a third party to take on that process of soliciting and administering capacity building grants within the region, and maybe within division, it could be with divisions, to relieve the administrative burden on regions and Office of Enforcement, Office of Public Participation, DFA, so that it doesn't require, it's not such a big lift or resource demand, but still would make that available. So I would love to see something like this be explored in terms of near-term actions we can take. Look forward to kind of continuing to talk with stakeholders and staff, and I know I can't talk to all the board members, but that's why I'm using this space here to see what we can do on that. And lastly, I just wanted to highlight one thing, one additional thing in this resolution around developing a racial equity lens and tools and objective criteria to help us, each of us in our work, uncover ways that we may be unaware of how we're perpetuating structural and systemic racism. If it isn't measured, if it isn't visible, then it can't be addressed. And so, and I just think each of us are learning and bringing our own lived experiences and biases into everything we do. And that includes our work and personal interactions and relationships. So if we aren't utilizing tools to and listening to folks to kind of deliberately examine the impacts of our decision making and actions or inactions, if we aren't listening to BIPOC communities, we're really continuing to perpetuate rather than dismantling and addressing those disparities. And I think the more that we can do to provide tools to help us do that, the better we'll be able to achieve the goals of this resolution. So thanks for indulging comments on that. And I just am so proud of the amazing work that's gone into where we are today. And I'm excited about moving forward.
Thank you, board member, for the good comments. And yeah, appreciate it. This is a space for us to be contributing to an actual dialogue between us around this issue. So thank you, and really appreciate your points. I will, I think there is somewhere there a discussion around SEPs and capacity building and the cleanup and abatement account, and a good flag for further discussion for us, definitely in a concrete space that we can maybe have some discussion. I'll just note as well that, to your point, this is all very connected to our data work. This is really, I think so many of us in our generation are sometimes used to systems thinking a little more, and here it really is about better seeing communities and understanding. I think of the needs and assessment as a continuum of the work of really seeing and understanding the experiences of communities and using that data, that specific information, to be the bridge to conversations, to keep us focused in discussions that can be very difficult to have, like climate change. But here, similarly, racial equity, so important to all the work that we're doing. And I think the other common thing, and you said it as well in a way here, is the needing to transition from sort of the tension or discomfort or anxiety that surrounds these big issues like racial equity or climate change for that matter, and turn it into action. How do you turn that anxiety and that discomfort into actual action that helps address the issue in meaningful ways? And you do that through data. And so just thank you. I appreciate your good comments and plus them up. Other board members, please.
Hi, yes. I wanted to thank staff for the countless hours that they've spent to bring the resolution to us today for consideration, and to also acknowledge all the stakeholders that took time to provide comments. Understanding that while this is not an easy subject to discuss, is a necessary one for us to address. So with that, I am in support of the resolution, including the changes read into the record by Ms. Wagner, and I'm also looking forward to engaging continuing to engage during the implementation.
Thank you so much, board member. Others?
Yeah, I'll chime in, Chair, and just want to thank you and board members Morgan and Firestone for the comments they've already made. I don't want to take up too much time other than to just flag maybe the one concern that I do have, and that is moving forward expeditiously and thoughtfully, and just recognizing that there's some areas where we can move much quicker than others, and to not get, tied up in, let's move forward with a progress, not perfection. And then for those more challenging issues, really figure out as part of that action plan how we're going to further develop the dialogue and the discussions. I haven't heard anything today that would indicate otherwise, but it's just an area that, maybe continues to concern me. But I think that with the really good stakeholder engagement that we had and the commitment to further continue that, I do appreciate also, and I want to flag this, that I had a number of really good discussions with the team that was briefing me and board member Firestone, and felt like the dialogue was really helpful. And I do appreciate some of the language changes that we were able to work through. So just looking forward to next steps.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your good contributions and all of this. This has been a collective exercise in leadership, I know, for us. And again, not easy discussions to have. But the more we converse, the more we are able to normalize what are these discussions, I think the better we can get to the heart of how we can, to your point, really move and act and prioritize here amongst what is, I know, a lot of landscape. But the need here is to be definitive and concrete and to move. And so I appreciate your support and leadership there. Board Member McGuire.
I think I'm up.
Yeah.
And it's hard to follow all those very well thought out and thoughtful words and comments that we've heard so far. And I think, as I've said before, this has been a very eye-opening experience for me this past year and a half since the George Floyd incident, since the unrest that we experienced. I have learned a whole lot that I regretfully did not learn through the majority of my life up until this point. And all I can do here is sit here as a board member in the seat and promise to do better, and promise to have a different perspective and truly embrace that racial equity lens term that has been now ingrained into me. And I think it should be in all of us, right? I mean, every decision that we have to make as board members, whether you're here at the state board, whether you're at the regional boards or in different agencies, we can all do this. I think it was the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting a year ago, where we had a discussion about this, and this, suggestion that we can be asking these questions now. How do our policies, how can our decisions, how can our permitting actions address racial inequities that are inherent and frankly hardwired into our system? And so I do think that way. I'm trying to think that way. I'm learning, and I'll continue to do so. And so I think, Board Member Firestone, you had great ideas about the cleanup and abatement account that, certainly are worth exploring. I have thoughts just reading the resolution about stormwater and green infrastructure and how can we better realign those investments and support through our storms program. I think, if we kept talking here, we could spend the rest of the day coming up with ideas that we could throw against the wall and see what sticks and, and then what those high priorities are. But, in the short term, I think, I'm very excited to hear what our racial equity work group and the steering committee come up with and the action plan and its early stages and the outline. And I think the updates are going to be very helpful for facilitating this kind of conversation and brainstorming that we all need to have here about what we can do. And in the meantime, I'm going to be looking at, the different actions that we have coming up, whether we're, 10 years into something, whether we're 2 months into something that's coming up. It's not too late to start. And if we need to redirect, we need to redirect and course correct. I think that's okay. It's okay to acknowledge that. It's okay to say we missed something along the way and we need to reconsider. So that's where I'm at today. And look forward to this continuing engagement, the continuing conversations. I just want to thank all the stakeholders, everyone who's participated today, or the 400 different comments that were received, and those who weren't able to participate in any way, but are along with us for the ride or will be impacted by some way by these actions in some way. Thank you in advance, and look forward to the work ahead. And I don't, Board Member Morgan, I don't know if you, sorry, did you make a motion, or I think you said you supported?
I said I support it, but I'm happy to also make a motion. So
Okay.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution, including the comments read into the record by Ms. Wagner.
Okay, well, with that, I'm happy to make a second, if the timing's right, Chair Esquivel.
Thank you both. I think the time is nearly right. And thank you for your good comments, Board Member McGuire and all the board members here. Again, it's not lost on me, and all the regional board members, importantly, and board chairs who have also been making this discussion a priority. It's been an honor to be engaged in this institution-wide discussion. And I have to just acknowledge that, yes, we have an incredible team in our committee and work group, but I would like to just personally acknowledge our two co-chairs of the Racial Equity Initiative and thank Nefertari Cooley and Stefan Kahina for his and her incredible work here. These are difficult discussions to be had. They're not easy. It takes a lot out of one personally, and they're very much a beating heart and core, and their leadership has been just so instrumental this last year and a half in this discussion that I just have to personally thank them incredibly for their work here and acknowledge that it is a completely institution-wide effort here that has made us get here. But if it wasn't for their concerted effort and leadership and helping to bring in what are many different viewpoints in a very complex and difficult discussion, we wouldn't be here. And so thank you to them. And with that, would ask for Ms. Townsend to please call roll call vote.
Certainly. Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Unanimous vote. Thank you everyone for this incredible work. And it's only still just going on. This is a moment and what is now a series of steps that we're all here committed to continue to take. So thank you everyone for the patience and time today and engagement in this, one of the most critical votes that I know I've taken here at the board. So thank you. With that, we can transition to the last two items of today's board meeting agenda. I'll note we do have a closed session that will be held tomorrow at 12, and it is a personnel item closed session. But before we wrap up today, we have board member reports as item number 6 here, and then our executive director report at item number 7. Board members, any reports that you'd like to make?
I can go. I just wanted, one thing I wanted to highlight was I was able to go on a tour with staff to the Placer County Water Agency and see their regionalization consolidation efforts that are going on with a number of disadvantaged communities and households in their region. Specifically, I hadn't ever seen small disadvantaged surface water treatment plants, which was quite an eye-opener. Really, I mean, just these are extremely old facilities. I had never seen anything like that, to be honest. And one of them I remember said that they're losing half of the water that goes into their system because of leaks and dilapidated infrastructure. Very impactful to see, just as any time I think we visit communities in person. I think I learned a lot that will stay with me. I also just feel like they are such a good example of a regional agency that is seeing their role as a service to all people in the region. They're seeing they're seeing consolidations basically and expanding service to underserved communities as a win-win. We have extreme financial, I think, quite generous financial incentives for larger systems and regional systems to take on consolidation projects. You know, zero interest loans for, not only do we pay for the full cost of the small system so that the existing ratepayers don't have to take on that burden of a smaller system, so we pay those full costs, but we're also providing benefits to the ratepayers for other projects that are unrelated to the consolidation at zero interest loans, and providing grants on top of that for projects, again, unrelated to the consolidation. So just, you know, I think in so many ways, once, you know, having local leadership like Placer County Water Agency that sees that win-win and sees ways that that's benefiting their current ratepayers as well as their broader community and that sort of stewardship. I just really hope that can be, you know, contagious and be shared with other agencies. You know, there's certainly others in different regions that see it the same way, but I think there's a lot more we can do to share that with folks that may not fully understand what you know, benefits there can be for consolidations and being more inclusive.
Thank you, board member. To your point, there's nothing that really does replace that in-person community engagement. We see that over and over again throughout our programs, and it's definitely true for us as board members to be able to learn, to listen, but to connect as well. There, you know, we do have a lot that we're inviting and making sure that counties and importantly water systems understand that there are incentives and benefits to regionalization and being strong partners and leaders here at the local level to just own the issue. And here we're ready to make sure we're doing our part in pointing to the funds and ways that we can cobble together the benefits ultimately that accrue to the communities we serve. So thank you for that. And the only note I would have on my board member report would be that I was fortunate to join just after the last board meeting on the 3rd, a conference with our LAFCO, the local area formation committee individuals. So we talked about local governance challenges. I know our Division of Drinking Water and Andrew Altavote were part of presentations later that went specifically into SAFER, but it was a great opportunity to really connect and continue to emphasize that, you know, the goal here is to make us all better decision makers. And importantly, it's that continuum of local decision making, as Board Member Firestone just said, in even understanding and addressing drinking water challenges. It makes a difference in the success of all of us. You know, and importantly is a continuum of information around the challenges our communities are facing, and acknowledging that it's not just drought, it's not just floods, it's not just COVID, it's not just racial inequities, it's the intersection thereof. and here have an opportunity to all see the same challenges and move toward the same solutions in ways that continue to bridge what are these gaps that we know exist. And so just want to thank folks for the invitation and opportunity to discuss and engage with everyone there at the conference, and my fellow sister agencies who are a part of our state and need to be a singular state response in many cases for communities who don't have the luxury of understanding which agency they need to go to, and instead near better delivering state government services down to the local level. So just thank you for that. Other board members with reports?
I have a few. So I got a little taste of what it's like to go back to our old life and live life on the road. I've been on the road quite a bit the last week. Started with a visit to Visalia, where I was a speaker at the Association of Applied Integrative Pest Management Ecologists. And that was just a really good discussion. I gave them an update on drought and water supply and water resilience portfolio, really good discussion. As you can imagine, that group doesn't usually focus on water issues, but a lot of interest, so a good discussion. And then while I was in Visalia, I took some time to spend, well, basically the rest of the afternoon with Self-Help Enterprises, had a good discussion with Tom Collishaw, Tammy McVeigh, and Jesse Snyder, executive management, and also the folks with boots on the ground. And so we went out to Tullyville and drove down just a mile down the road to nearby Exeter and, see the possibilities there. But in the meantime, just taking a look at some of their system improvements. They've got 2 new tanks that Self-Help assisted with the Mutual Water District, and I had the opportunity to meet the water district manager, a local resident. And so, here, having heard about Tullyville all these years, but finally getting a chance to get over there was a good experience. And then the next day, I did the keynote at the Grape Nut and Tree Expo, where we, had a lot of growers there, and the main point of that conference really was for them to, learn how to improve their growing practices, but spent time, similar as the day before, talking about drought, a water resilience portfolio, and also focused quite a bit on the role of agriculture with safe drinking water and some of the amazing improvements that we've had, but, still a long way to go, and gave an update about the infrastructure package, both at the state level and the federal level. So good opportunities there, but talked a lot about the integration between programs and really the need for agriculture to step up and be part of that integration rather than just waiting to kind of have us direct and dictate, or the regional boards, really come up with ways to better facilitate that integration of various programs, whether it's irrigated lands, SGMA, CV salts, and safe drinking water. And then yesterday, went to Oroville and joined a tour of the Dixie Fire with a focus on water quality impacts and things that can be, also water quality impacts and dam safety impacts as a result of the significant amount of acreage that's burned over the last few years, of between 1 million to 1.5 million acres. And so just the devastation that can potentially occur and some of the things that are being done to help mitigate that. And so good discussion. DWR was there, and Region 5, and I appreciate the opportunity to have joined.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Really glad. And yeah, it's time to start to be able to get out of it. I know I just recently received my booster in preparation for some needed travel, and taking precaution is really important. There is still COVID challenges, but these opportunities to engage are really important. And I just thank you. I know I was a bit under the weather on Monday and didn't just yesterday and didn't attend the field tour, but thank you for making sure to still be there. And importantly, it is such a critical issue and challenge when it comes to water quality impacts from fire. And here, glad to know that we are engaged in doing work. So thank you so much for making sure to be available. Other board members?
No update for me this time.
Okay,
but I'm ready to get out.
Yeah, the surroundings are a little too familiar at this point. Board Member Morgan, likewise, or is there anything you'd like to report?
No update. I was scheduled
Okay.
for a great event yesterday, however, it got canceled. So
Great.
I'll happily report when we are rescheduled.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes board member reports. Thank you, everyone. And Executive Director Sobek, I think it's your report now.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. I just wanted to highlight one thing that's in the report. Obviously, I'll be happy to answer any questions, but there's a little item that's sandwiched in on page 8 and 9 of the report that talks about it's one of those things that's really small but took a long time to get through and is a tiny little baby step to sort of streamlining the green tape. There was a bill that the governor signed last September that changes and consolidates water use reporting so that we that all of our water use reports are due during certain dates during the water use year, and it used to be that some of them were based on calendar year reporting, some on water use reporting. We had multiple reports with different individuals or entities could have multiple reports with lots of confusing dates. And so we are going to be transitioning to what I think ultimately will be a less confusing, more consistent schedule. But what I did, which is good, and I hope people will, the transition might be a bit confusing, but I think in the out years it will be for the best. But I did want to call out that on page 9, there is an email address. If any stakeholders need help figuring this out, they can send emails to the address that's in the report. And there's also a telephone number where people can leave a message and staff will call them back. And it also has a link to the webpage that summarizes the reporting changes. So just wanted to point that out to board members if you hadn't kind of gotten through all the density. And if you do get any stakeholder questions, this is a good place to start them and point them to. And that's it for me.
Thank you. I know it's a small change, but actually a pretty meaningful one when it comes to our ability to get timely information. So thanks for the flag. I appreciate that. Any questions from fellow board colleagues on the executive director's report? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. It is an incredible and helpful compendium. I do hope folks do take an opportunity to thumb through it if you're interested in seeing the breadth and scale of the work the board is engaged in. It's sometimes a little terrifying. So thank you. I appreciate it. I think that concludes then our 2 items here on board member reports and the executive director report, and brings us to the end of today's agenda. Couple quick notes. Again, we are doing our closed session item tomorrow at noon. And then we will begin our microplastics workshop at 1 p.m. So this board, we will not publicly convene until 1 p.m. tomorrow. And then otherwise, we will have our closed session at noon. I don't think there's anything else I'm missing. And if so, Mr. Laffer, please chime in if so. And if not, otherwise, we'll all see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And we are recessed until that time, or until 12 when we meet in closed session, but then come back publicly at 1. We'll see you all then. Have a good evening. Thank you, everyone, for an incredible day. I know a lot of discussion, and here getting us out before, just after 3 o'clock. Not bad. So thanks, everyone. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.